clash in endless collision. Gaming news with a fierce precision. With a spark so wild it breaks the norm. In the tempest eye of cyberstorm. Unethical, your analyst face the score. Truth burns with a psychotic roar. Corrupt suits sneer what they despise. Dragoncast will open your eyes. Integrity found in Dragoncast. Fire-breathing metal, screaming loud. The Vistro's here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. Dragoncast. Dragoncast. Wings of justice cut through the dark. Levistro's roar ignites the spark. A dragon's heart fiercely defends the gaming world. Our passion ascends. This is Dragoncast. Dragoncast.
How about now? Sorry about that. Screen froze. Can I get a mic check? Can I get a mic check? I'm sorry about that. I don't know what happened. That was kind of weird. But yes, so the show must go on. It is my birthday. Dash Attack will not be here tonight. He's spending Easter with his family this weekend, and yes, it's the Easter weekend. Carrots is showing up later on, and I think Bo has to do the sportsy thing. So yeah, there is that going on. But yeah, I can't believe it's already been another year. Let's say hello to everyone in the chat. We do got a lot going on. First, we got Lieutenant Garatina. So thank you for the birthday wishes and hello. And we also got Valkyria Winner saying hello, happy birthday, Livingston. That's a road that thick cream. IU Scal. Yeah, I guess. And for everyone joining in, yes, we got a lot to go on. So yeah, it's going to be a little solo right now. Carrot has to finish his chores before he can come play with us. And so it's going to be a solo stream for a while. But, well, that means we can get into the Dragon Bytes. And I decided to start everything off with my favorite meme, which is Stewie. So, yeah. And scene, hello. Yes. So I'm going to point out real quick that the French gave me the perfect birthday gift, or I should say, Stop Killing Games in the French, because they're suing Ubisoft over The Crew. I did have a video on that. And I also, in that video, had found some updates on the American lawsuit that was filed earlier before all this. And I promised I would keep eyes on that. And so it's in the video. I mentioned in the video, but basically, there's a $2 million settlement that Ubisoft is trying to do with The Crew, the people that are suing them over The Crew in America. And I hope they don't take it. I hope they don't take that deal, because I did the math. That's basically $7 per member or $15 Ubisoft credit, which, if you think about it, the full price of the game was $59. So that's 11%, and Ubisoft keeps 88% of their profit. So I have a whole video on why that's a bad idea, but those are the updates for that. And let's get into the news. Did y'all are aware of the Kit Kat theft? Apparently, there were some Kit Kats on the way to Poland from Italy, and it got stolen. Right, on the way. Well, uh-oh. I got some news on that one. Crimson Desert would like you to know that the Grey Mains had nothing to do with this Crimson Dessert. I thought that was kind of hilarious, but for those who don't know, 12 tons of Kit Kat products were stolen while in transit between their factory in central Italy on their destination of Poland. So I've been seeing that happening a lot lately. But I thought it's kind of funny that they said they had nothing to do with it, and they had the contribution with a -5. That's usually what happens when you do something illegal and naughty. So great way to starting off. But we have some rumors regarding Epic Games beyond the layoffs. So Disney is expected to games under the Magical Kingdom. Well, I didn't think Sweeney could stoop any lower, but if he takes his deal, he stooped very low. You know, he's that desperate. So, yes, that is Warmaniac's pastime. But continuing on, we got some breaking news. Fans of Minecraft be interested to know more Minecraft news. And if you don't like Minecraft, I understand. But it is breaking news. So apparently, Notch, the guy who created Minecraft and the guy who's famous for the tweet, "If buying isn't owning, piracy isn't stealing," announced that he will be submitting an offer to rebuy Minecraft from Microsoft. He stated that he is doing this in light of the Mojang's recent lackluster updates. So, yeah, that'll be interesting seeing if Notch owns it again. I mean, the guy created the game that's phenomenal. My son loves the game. So, yeah. But apparently it's an April Fool's joke. A little late April Fool's joke for you guys. I'm sorry. I wish we could have done this on April Fool's, but there we go. I did try to say I was going to do a face reveal, and no one responded to that. But we do actually have some actual breaking news. The creators of Power World are now the regional publisher of Windrose. If you know Windrose, it's the new co-op. I think it's a co-op. Basically, it's a new pirate game. I've tried a little bit. It was kind of fun. I think it's kind of like the same survival mechanics. You cross islands. You got to build your crew, build a ship. I haven't got too far in the demo. I keep getting distracted by wanting to build my pirate base. But yeah, so apparently Power World is going to be publishing Windrose. And on top of that, we got some Nexus Mods news. They've been scummy again. So there is that. Let's see. So Nexus mod staff, Picky Saurus, privately sent DMs to a Codevein 2 modding server owner calling IKEA mods fairly toxic and implying they would limit Nexus mod support if the server kept promoting IKEA mods. For those who don't know, IKEA mods is kind of like DEG mods. They're an alternative to Nexus. So, yeah, they're implying they would limit the next ones. No evidence, just backroom pressure. That's how they treat competition. And this is the screenshot they show. I'd like to talk to you about how we can support your community through the Codevein 2 release. Also a bit concerned with your server promoting the use of websites like Ayaka mods, which have fairly toxic reputation. There was somewhat limit how much support we can have, but it's open to discussion is the exact message. So it's a little cut off, but basically there's that. Now, to be fair, for those who don't know or weren't here last time, Nexus Mods banned a member of their modding community for having a link to their Patreon and Discords on their X account. That has nothing to do with Nexus Mods. But apparently, Nexus Mods, when they die, and they hear that it violates their terms of service, and therefore they banned them and banned all the mods. So, I'm not even that old yet. I need to baby dragon. But yeah, so another reason to look at alternatives. I mean, I don't think Nexus Mods is going anywhere anytime soon, but it's always good to have your options open and know what people are doing behind the scenes. We also got some Bethesda news. Quite a few, actually. Now, some people were jumping the gun. I won't say who, but I noticed some people were jumping the gun and retweeting an Elder Scrolls 6 Skyrim, an Elder Scrolls 6 video teaser trailer, right? And it was an April Fool's joke because they just retweeted their trailer and people fell for it like it was a new trailer when it said 2000 and I think they said 18 or something like that. I can't remember. It was an old tweet that they just retweeted. Very dick move from Bethesda, but ex-Bethesda dev on Fallout and Skyrim also says that Todd Howard has too many yes men around him. A lot of people were afraid to say no to Todd, and I think that hurt him. And you know, to be fair, when you look at Bethesda's past works, I can agree with that. I can totally agree with that. Starfeild was supposed to be their next big baby, and we're going to be talking about that, by the way. Some new updates on Starfeild. But yeah, so I do think too many X-Men's hurts. But anyways, speaking of Bethesda games, I forgot this existed actually. But Bethesda is shutting down the Elder Scrolls Blades this summer. I don't even remember it too much. I remember it's like supposed to be some sort of card game and mobile game or something like that. Yeah, apparently they're shutting it down. No one really asked for it. No one really wanted it. No one really gave a shit. And to quote Geeky Retro Game Archivist, I'm sure 5 people who actually played the game are truly gutted about it. So, but yeah, like this guy says, I completely forgot about this mobile game. In other words, I totally forget. So yeah, I even forgot. So, yeah, we'll just mention that again. That yeah, this Elder Scrolls game, people forgot about and memory hold into obscurity, is finally getting shut down. Which yeah, I'm pretty sure yes been told Todd when Todd says we should make an Elder Scrolls mobile game. Yes, Todd, that's obviously the best idea. We should totally have mobile gaming. That is totally what people actually play. They totally play mobile games. Yeah, they would have done better if I gotcha. But also, Niche Gamer would like to remind you, if you like curators and stuff, they upload all their reviews as Steam Curator as well. So make sure you follow them there. We're 28K deep indies. Feel free to pitch us there. but get something in the description. We auto reject anything that without any notes. So yeah, so if you're an indie dev and you want your game curated, I mean, you could look into Karis or myself. Yeah, I'll just be brutally honest and tell you if your game sucks, but I'll at least tell you. I'll be honest about why, and I'll work with you. But if you want someone that's more professional with 20K followers instead of nearly 600 followers, Niche Gamer, that's a good curator. So yeah, Niche Gamer has a curating page. And now I want to talk real quick about the latest patch, because Crimson Desert is still the new hotness. We got lots of news on Crimson Desert, but this recent patch that came out, I think it was last night or the night before last. I can't remember. I just remember downloading it last night when I was video editing. But now they expanded the private storage. You can store 240 to a maximum of 1,000 slots. You have headgear visibility option and movement controls toggles. So there's that. It took a little bit used to. I do think the pacing of the characters needs to be fixed. I think the speed he walks would be like if he's being encumbered. So I think he could move just a little bit faster. That's just my little gripe. I don't like his movement speed. I think that needs to be increased just a tad. But yeah, go ahead and cancel me now because I said something bad about Crimson Desert. I know we're not allowed to do that. But we might be covering this later on, depending on where we are. Yeah, seen the movement upgrades. I haven't been able to look that up because if you remember watching, if you look at my videos, I was covering the Ubisoft lawsuit in France, and me, I like to deep dive and try to be factual. So that one came out hours behind schedule, and then I had to get some sleep, which I did. I decided to get drunk and celebrate my birthday as an adult, and then woke up, had D&D night, so I didn't get to see much of the movement upgrades. Level 5 movement is so much better. Okay, I'll have to take a look. I think I'm close to level 5 now. I'll have to see. But yeah, I think I'm trying to make it time to make videos about patch updates and to try them out and explain them. I just haven't had time. I'm trying to find a way to shorten my research on these things, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But anyways, so we're going to cover more in this detail later. But former Halo art director Glenn Israel makes serious allegations against the studio leadership following his departure after 17 years. I actually saw this originally on a video with Dr. Disaster earlier today, so added that in there. Looked it up. The claims are a harassment, retaliation, and blacklisting, alleges unethical and potentially unlawful acts by senior staff. Says HR ignored complaints, allegedly threatened retaliation. He recently cited Washington state law, hinting at possible legal action. Previously stated he'll reveal anything when it's absolutely safe. So when it comes to devs like this, right, AAA studios and stuff like that, I'm learning to take games with grain of salt, shall we say. I'm going to say that nothing is substantiated, nothing came out in Discovery. I'm not trying to defend Bungie here or Microsoft because they're still scummy. But when you think about it, the company is a reflection of the employees it has. And if this is true, then I got to wonder about Glenn Israel. I'm not saying anything bad about him. I don't know the man. I don't care. But if this is true, it's exceptionally concerning, especially in gaming news, and we should look into it. If it's not true, then I'm going to wonder more about Glenn Israel and why he would attack Halo. I try to keep everything, even studios that decided to go DEI, I try to keep them, try to stay neutral. We have enough rage baiters on YouTube. I covered this in a previous video as well, but this is a good, interesting topic. Tartar. The first descendant has no staying power, says Nexon. I did cover it. They have a lot of skins. I was surprised about it, but when I looked after I saw this and did the research, their numbers have declined a lot in the past 2 years. And well, people on the comments actually agreed with this statement that Play the Game is it's actually not that great anymore. I did like playing the game, but yeah. So feel free to let me know y'all's thoughts. And we have a super chat. Let's see. You know what?
Are you saying you want out? Fine, you don't want to be part of this? Then just sign right here. No, you didn't read it! This says we don't ever have to let you out and then we can do whatever we want! Damn it, why won't it read?
And we have a $10 super chat from Carrot Gaming saying, happy birthday, got home and almost ready. It's been 3 weeks and my setup was a mess. Yeah, I can understand. I can understand that. But moving on, I know, let's see, moving on. You remember how Slay the Spire was like all the rave on YouTubers and stuff like that? Like everyone was starting to stream it. Everyone was saying it was a great game and all that. Well, it got not over 9,000 negative reviews. So here we have Slay the Spire got over 9,000 negative Steam reviews in one day after our beta patch nerfed some strong cards. The patch isn't even live yet, and a large portion of the backlash came from Chinese language reviewers. So I thought that was kind of interesting. So I don't play the Slay the Spire; it's not my cup of tea. But I decided to look into it and see the tactics. So yeah, just thought that was interesting. And we got some Steam news. So where did I hear? Recently, what happened, Gabe decided to give me a birthday present as well. It was nice of him. He didn't have to do that. A free game would have been nice. But Valve just updated the Steam store. Instead of an April Fool's joke, they made real changes to help you find games easier. The new look is clearly featured in sections, short review summaries, small video previews when you hover over game images, and better visibility for wishlist and DLC. So, yeah, they made a nice UI upgrade, which I won't lie, I kind of like. But if you know it's the same in the Team Short, that's kind of why it was no joke. But they're not stopping there. So you know how they have a hardware specs option when you do a review. Steam is developing an FPS estimator feature that predicts a game's FPS based on your PC hardware. It will do this by analyzing anonymized data from other Steam users with similar hardware configurations. So there is that. I think I would definitely use this, but my only problem is that I'm still trying to figure out how to get VTuber Studio on to run better, because like I think that's part of the reason why I'm having problems here with StreamYards when I try to do full screen, or some games that'll lag because of this. So I think that's part of the reason. I think it's VTuber Studio. I don't have a fix for that. But if you're a VTuber and you have ideas, let me know, because I just got done upgrading a lot of my specs to be more modern, and I'm still having some issues. So there is that. And Karis and I were brainstorming it this past week as well. But FPS estimator would definitely help. Other than that, well, this is something that broke my brain when I read it. Sony has published a patent for dynamically adjusting or nerfing and buffing players with multiplayer sessions to balance cross-platform like console, PC, and mobile. The technology would monitor hardware, input methods, and skill levels in real time, then nerf or buff players, such as reducing speed or reaction times for console PC users to balance disadvantages faced by mobile players using touch controls. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I try not to do the whole PC master race when it comes to mobile, all right, because I believe in playing games your way. But I don't know if I actually like this idea. They want to try to be more, they want to try to include more mobile players. Sure, fine, whatever. But part of playing a game is learning how to play it. Like, I don't know how to argue this, how to put this in the right words. Basically, there are people that are better skilled than I am at Halo, right? Or even Helldivers. I won't lie. And yet it motivates me to get good. I increase my skills. The D10 difficulty is insane. All right, on Helldivers 2. It's in fucking insane. I'll still push myself through that. Right? Even with my sometimes my lag issues or other issues of that type, I still manage to pull through, and I still manage. It's kind of like weight training. So this here, dynamically adjusting, nerfing, buffing. I kind of wonder what would happen if the game was if there was a cheater. How are they going to deal with that? Are all the cheaters going to be with cheaters where they can't shoot each other's collision boxes? I mean, I don't know. I just personally just don't like this idea because it seems like it's not like balancing the game per se. It's just moving players based on their performance. So then there's no challenge, there's no difficulty, there's no risk and reward. If everyone is playing, if you're matching everyone at the same skill level, then it's going to get boring really quick. You kind of need that a difficulty scaling. That's why Souls games, as much as I hate some of them because they're have lazy difficulty scaling, that's why Souls games have lasted so long, is because of the challenge or a glutton for punishment. However, some good news on the tech front. DDR5 RAM prices have dropped for the first time in 7 months. Courtier Vengeance 32 gigabytes, 2 by 16 gigabytes, 600 megahertz kits are now available for around $370 on major retailers like Amazon and Newegg, down from the previous levels by $40 to $100 in some cases. This decline may be linked to Google's recent TurboQuant announcement, a KV cache compression technique that can reduce AI model memory usage by up to 6 times. And that's the first time I've heard of something about the AI actually being focused on performance issues so they can reduce the amount of resources they consume. But I do, to be fair, I do remember some other things about AI that we'll go into. We'll go with China first. The video market share in China fell to less than 60%. China chip makers deliver 1.65 million AI GPUs as the government purchased data centers to use domestic chips via Tom's hardware. So yeah, so they're talking about that. But Microsoft was, if I remember correctly, I saw an article, tweet. Microsoft is wanting to put data centers in outer space. So there's that. And if you think about it, you're probably, yeah, that's kind of cool, except for one problem. There's a lot of like space debris floating around the Earth since we've been up to the moon, right? Since we've been doing the space war and all that stuff. So like there's floating wrenches, there's paint chips, there's stuff that like people don't realize is that the airspace of the orbit around the Earth isn't clear. It's got trash all over it. So yeah, but it's what that's one thing I'm worried about. And then we have data centers. That's just going to cause more problems. I believe that AI can be a useful tool, but I also believe that we need to stop making more data centers and instead try to build more efficient uses of them, and so they're not so resource heavy. They're trying to build the ultimate AI. That's just not going to work. But however, NVIDIA has a new tech called neutral texture compression. It cuts VRAM use a lot. In one demo, textures went from 6.5 gigabytes down to about 970 megabytes. That's about 7 times less memory, which I would say that's a good thing. Alan Jones, hello and welcome. Thank you for the birthday wishes. So yeah, we got some AI use fighting. We're having some new, like I said, new tech that's reducing memory usage, which is always a good thing. More memory is great to use, especially on VRAM, especially for me. So, there is that. This one? Did I forget? Did I forget to get rid of that one? So here's some more news on the data centers that we were talking about. Half of the planned U.S. data centers for 2026 are delayed or canceled. About 1/3 of the 12 gigawatts of new capacity is actually being built. So of all the data centers that they were trying to build a while back recently, only like a small portion is actually being built, which shows that the AI bubble is possibly bursting. We don't know, right? But it's looking that way. It is getting canceled. Sword AI is dead. That's another thing. So yeah, it's half of data centers got axed because the grid can't keep up. All hype is runs to old school power limits real quick. Yeah, you could say that. Like one guy saying this is the power, but let's put it this way. To be fair, we could argue, but I wouldn't say it's old school because what was the push by the federal government just not about a few years ago? Windmills and solar panels, which also found out not very effective, does not produce a lot of electricity or power. And the panels, Wired had an article on this. If you didn't know, this is long before all this push for solar energy. Wired pointed out that solar panels, after 40 years, can't be recycled. They go to landfills and they poison the land. So, yeah, when they go to landfills and poison the land, they're not very eco-friendly. Nuclear power, ladies and gentlemen, that's fun. I'm not big on the politics, but I'm going to say from what I've learned about nuclear power, that's the better bet. However, recently a movie came out. I think we all know. We don't cover movies too much, but unless it's gaming related. In this case, Super Mario Galaxy film. I'm taking my son to see that next. Actually, I think tomorrow night. I'm hoping. Depends how things go. But it got negative. It got a negative reviews by the experts, shall we say, the critics. But the audience seemed to enjoy it as well. So 91% in the popcorn meter. So goes to show you that yeah, sometimes the best people for the job are the people that actually enjoy watching movies. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I'm dealing with some hiccups. But also more movie news for games. We have one for Elden Ring. The live action Elden Ring movie has begun pre-production with sets starting to be built. It is directed by Alex Garland and produced by A24. So some people seem to love that idea that Alex Garland is doing it, right? So there's that. When somebody else thinks it to be garbage, I'm gonna wait to see approach. Not just because like I enjoyed playing Elden Ring back in the day, which I'm thinking about picking up again this summer, but I've seen so many people that are negative Nancy's, right? And you know what? To be fair, I've done that a couple times too, where I'm like, please don't be stupid, please don't be stupid, please be good, because we've seen so many times where I get a game, a movie, or something we enjoy come out and be utter garbage. Looking at you, Amazon and Wheel of Time. That was not that hard to do. You didn't have to reinvent the wheel. You just go with the source material. It empowers women, believe it or not, but it is still a coming of age story for boys turning into men. I mean, that's literally what I liked about that whole movie or that whole book series. It was a boy learning to become a man who has this big responsibility, and yet he still has simple day-to-day troubles that I had or you had or everyone else had, written in a fantasy aspect. I loved Robert Jordan's take on the fantasy genre. So that wasn't that hard, and yet y'all seem to screw the pooch. So to be fair, there is that, but at the same time, I don't want to be negative towards everything. I try to give everyone a fair shot because it's just not fun that way. Oh, look who's here. Look who decided to grace us with his lordshipness of deprofessionalized indiness.
Hello. Sorry for being late. This whole setup was an absolute mess.
I believe it. You pissed off with Taro, didn't you?
No, we were out shopping and doing stuff because I haven't been home for 3 weeks.
Ah. Well, the important thing is you spent time with Hotaru.
It is birthday month.
Yeah. That means that I won't have her coming after me about robbing her of your time thing.
No.
I'll be like, to be fair, that's between you two. I do make sure that when he says I'm going to be later, I tell him chores first, then cake and milk. A slice of dragon ass is after that.
Yep. Which I've never had a slice of dragon ass. This will be interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, so if you haven't checked out, I think Bo has sports this week, and Dash said he's going to be out for because of Easter. So it's just you and me today. Lucky us.
I know. I was looking in. I was like, oh, there's got to be somebody here, and I see it's you, and I'm like, what? I gotta get in now.
Did you see the GIF I posted after Dash Attack said he wasn't going to be here today?
I think you just posted as I was getting ready. What is it here? I'm going to see it loaded up. Yes. The lone one candle birthday cupcake.
Yep. And she's singing herself all crying at the same time. I was like, yeah, that's pretty much how it's going to feel.
Damn. Well, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be back home, and I'm glad to have my camera again. Yeah, that's nice.
To be fair, though, last year we invited a whole bunch of people to join up on the birthday just to show up. We had a big video of like how we went from streaming Enshrouded to show up on people's streams to doing my own thing. We had a whole video for that. This year, I'm like, you know what? I kind of don't want to do that. I do want to acknowledge your birthday. Maybe we'll do some milestones. If we have time, maybe we'll do Jack in the Box like we did last time. I'm not sure. Yeah. It depends on how things go. But my thing is like, I like to share games with people, and we got a whole bunch of games to share. So you ain't missing something. What you did miss is Elder Scrolls Blades. You remember that game?
A little bit. I never played it, but I did hear about it.
They're shutting it down.
Of course.
I actually forgot about that game. And in the comments, people were actually saying, I actually forgot that game existed.
Must be why they're shutting it down.
And another one said that the problem with Todd Howard, it just came from ex-dev, is that Todd Howard is surrounded by a lot of yes men. I was like, gee, you think? So there was that.
Can I point something out about that too? There was a recent story that came out about Gabe Newell and his involvement with Portal 2. And he realized that he was having George Lucas syndrome, where he wanted to have thorough, thoughtful development, but everyone was treating him like Lucas and just saying yes to everything. And he made the conscious decision to say, I can't do this anymore. I have to step back and let my devs actually think. Whereas Todd, I'm willing to bet he likes having the yes men around. Just a theory.
Well, I mean, have you seen how short he was?
I've always made the claim that he walks out and he has this look like he expects everyone to suck his dick when he's on stage. He thinks he's that important.
Well, I never really thought about, because I never got to see a size comparison with Todd and other people, right? But I always thought it was kind of funny that when they talk about Hyde and show pictures of him, usually it's like an up angle to make him look big.
Yep.
And I was like, interesting. But then when I saw the Game Awards back in 2024, he was appeared there, and he was not amused. Like, his face was not amused. He looked like he could be a finalist dummy compared to the sizes of like Harrison Ford and other people that he was right next to. I was busting out laughing. I couldn't stop. I was like, I swear to God, if I met Todd Howard, I'm pretty sure I would be doing short joke after short joke after short joke, or just saying, I can't believe you're short. How short are you? Like, just emphasizing you're short.
I was reminded, I just looked at his height. He's 5'6". I'm like between 5'8" and 5'9", depending on if my spine is stretched or not. But like, wow. It's times like this that I don't feel inferior anymore. To
be fair, if he marries an Asian woman, he'll still be taller than her.
That's true, depending on...
By an inch.
Todd is short for a toddler.
Yeah.
Probably.
But yeah, we had interesting gaming news. But you're just in time because do you remember Xbox? Did you have an Xbox 360 back in the day?
I've never had any Xbox, but I've known people who have Xbox.
And banned.
I don't care. I'm not shamed about that. I was like Nintendo PlayStation era.
Yeah, to be fair, I can't blame you there. I can't blame you there. Everybody who wasn't a real gamer had a Nintendo or PlayStation because if you were black, you had a PlayStation because that was easy to steal. And if you weren't a real gamer, you had a Nintendo because your mom bought one or your grandma bought one for all you siblings.
Or I bought it myself.
Yeah, that means you're not a real gamer.
Probably, yeah.
Actually, no, that depends. Why did you buy Nintendo? What game did you specifically buy the Nintendo for?
Perfect Dark.
That's fair. I'll give you that. I will give you that.
Someone else had a 64 and they had GoldenEye, which we played the hell out of that. But then by the time Perfect Dark came out, I had saved enough money to go get my own at it was Toys R Us when they were still open at Jansen Beach in Portland, Oregon. I went, handed my $99 for a console, and then I went and got, I think I had the game first. I did it backwards. I went and got the game first and then got the console just because like I had the arrangements like I can get the game and I'll get the console later. Because if I get the game, I'll have to get the console. Yeah, so yes. And I still have that 64. It's somewhere around here. Somewhere.
Yeah, but well, in regards to superior consoles, for those who want to relive the golden era.
What do we got here?
There we go. A new fan-made website called XboxChatting.com brings back the old Xbox 360 dashboard. You can send text and voice messages to friends using a shareable link. It even lets you add distortion, compression, and static to make the voice sound like the old Xbox mic.
Things that developers have fought for years to get rid of. Let's put it back in.
I want to literally live the days of the golden age when games actually did not suck. But you know what? Now that I kind of miss that time when I was telling people to fix their fucking mic. Let's bring that back in.
There was a time in the Half-Life, like Counter-Strike era, when there was this little program called Half-Life Sound Selector, and it would use the voice codec, and it would like generate a sound that would then be played through the codec, and everyone played just it was just always so garbled. I had this crazy idea because I went through music engineering. I was like, what if I just like dropped the bass and jacked up the treble in all my sounds? They sounded so damn good. Everyone was like, how is your shit sound so good? It's like, because I EQ my stuff in a program and make it sound good. And yeah, like you could hear every sound, every like movie quote from Aliens. Like it was great. I had so much fun with that.
Yeah. But now that we've announced that, I got some gamer achievements and some milestones. But you know how like in Abiotic Factor we had that poop soup?
Oh, I remember the poop soup. I think it killed me. Or at least made me sick. My character's sick.
They actually ended up just naming the kitchen the Poop Soup Kitchen.
Yep. That was very fitting.
Yeah. I actually did that because it just shocked me that there was an actual recipe for actual poop soup in the game. I thought it was a mod, and I was like, wait, no, if it was a mod, I wouldn't be able to play it.
Yeah. I wonder if it's one of those things that someone in the development team or even one of the fans said, you know, we need an option to basically fail at soup because these guys are scientists. They're not chefs. They don't know how to do things. We need an option to fail. And the devs are like, sure.
I mean, the whole game, it gives you an option to fail.
You made killer soup from like 12 gauge shotgun shells and I had it.
No, that wasn't me. That was not me.
That one wasn't? Okay. I missed that part.
Mine was the one where I made tomato soup with salt, and to give it a little extra kick, I added a lilac essence to it.
That's right.
and
That's right.
And I drank all of it.
Yep,
Oh
you
my God.
did.
It didn't give me 1 or 2 portions. It gave me 4 portions. I had to die twice just to get rid of it.
That's dedication, people.
Yeah. But to be fair, it did not go against our kill-death ratio, so we didn't have to worry about that. However, back to the poop soup situation. Instead of making poop soup, how would you feel about defeating abiotic factor with a turd in your hand?
Do I throw it at the Layak and kill it? I'd be down for that. We've got a lot stored up.
Well, since you'd be down for that, how about a more Souls-like version?
Oh, jeez.
YouTuber Yimfa beats Dark Souls 2 using only poop as a weapon. The run includes farming poop from rats and careful strategies for each boss. He posted a full tutorial explaining how he did it. I forgot that's actually an item in the game.
So did I. Did they not heed the warning of Ian Malcolm? You should have considered whether or not you should.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things that's like, I need content, but I want to play Dark Souls. What have I not done that no one else has done? I got it. In this
Poop
video,
weapon.
I'm going to try to defeat Dark Souls 2 using only one weapon. Poop. And you know, there's people are like, you know, I don't want to know, but at the same time, I need to see how this goes. It's like you don't want to know, but you're curious enough to see how it goes. It's like I want to see what happens. I'm gonna regret this.
There are some really interesting builds that people have done things. There's some guy who was on like a cliff or something, and he has like an axe, and he does this big wind-up spin, and he like flings this thing, and it goes for a while, like half a mile or more, and it finally hits the creature, one hit kill. I'm just like, what the hell? What am I missing from this game?
In Duke Nukem, you know, there is a an achievement in the beginning of the tutorial part where you go through the thing and you beat the boss, right? If you go to the bathroom, you can pick up a turd and you can defeat the boss with that turd. So you get 2 achievements, one for picking up the turd and one for beating the Cyclops boss with that same turd. Yeah, I actually have it. If you give me a moment, ladies and gentlemen, I will go look that up real quick. Because it was also on a 360 thing. And I remember that because, well, I did it on 360. But to be fair, in the 360 run, I was just like, what is this thing? Picked it up out there. I was like, oh, it's shit. I was like, wait, if I can hold this, I wonder what I can do with this. Like, that was my mentality.
Wow. That is amazing.
Yeah, and it did it. So let me see. You can do Sunday Black, shoot down the blimp above the stadium. Then there's, where's it at? Buckethead, passive aggressive, balls of steel. I 100% of this game.
And this is in Forever or 3D?
But turd burglar, find and steal a piece of poo. There's that. Find and steal a piece of poo. Where's the other one? I had it in here. I knew I had it in here. Because later on, I was playing it. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. I got to go back and beat the game all over again because I had to beat the first boss, but I can't find it. But yeah, there was one for humiliating the boss with poo.
That's
so.
That's a thing. That's a thing, people. Developers. They coded that. that is what's missing from game.
You didn't have to worry about that. That is, well, no. See, RoboCop Rogue City tried to bring some of that back. I remember when I realized you could do nut shots and the characters will react to that. I spent an entire stream just aiming for the nuts because I missed that in games. They used to have that in games and they took it out because that's offensive. I'm a male, which means that I should be totally offended by having my nuts shut off. And I'm totally fine with shooting people's nuts off in the game because it's funny in game, not in real life.
Soldier Fortune
I have a
2.
simple...
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as well. But yeah, I can't find it anymore. But yeah, there was one for poo and Duke Nukem. But yeah, so the more you know, you could always find ingenuity in games, to make games interesting for a while to keep the longevity running if you really like the game.
So now we've got two metrics. We've got time to penis and now time to poo.
Mm-hmm.
Which one are you going to do first?
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I mean, think about it. Saints Row 2, you could get a dildo, beat everyone up with a dildo. I actually tried that for entire gameplay. I was like, I'm just going to fight the bosses with just dildos. I had an entire inventory of dildos. The
purple dildo bat was an amazing weapon, and that thing had some reach, if you can imagine. Yes, it did.
But, regarding the ingenuity of players and gamer achievements, we got some Crimson Desert ones. I knew about this. I discovered this by accident. I was going to make a thing about it later. But since someone already, shared it first, I'm going to let them have credit for it because, they were the first to share it. So NPCs in Crimson Desert will steal all the food that you put down. This Korean Crimson Desert player used their ingenuity to punish NPCs for greed. Things like these make me appreciate Pearl Abyss even more. The freedom to do something so bizarre is truly special. So watch. He's trying to go for the food. We'll rewind it back. See? Read that. See, he put the apple down. He's just sitting there waiting. The guy who goes to try to pick up the food.
Okay.
There he goes.
I missed the apple placement the first time. That's interesting.
Yeah. I thought that was actually pretty interesting as well. It's like, one thing about Crimson Desert is I love the amount of detail they put into this game. There's just so much.
Yeah, it's a real shame that they have DRM.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand why they wanted it. Because people are like, oh, we need to support the devs. Yes, I support the devs. DRM is a fucking scam because it can get bypassed. For all you DRMers, like, well, technically not a crack. Well, no, the pirates don't fucking care. If it can bypass DRM, if it can crack the DRM, and so they can get a free copy on day one, that defeats the purpose of that DRM. It's like the DRM is supposed to block the door, right? And so it says it's its purpose, but the pirates want to, oh, wow, there's a window open. So
I was going to say, they just make a door.
How is that supporting the devs if it's supposed to stop 20% of potential piracy, and it can't even do that when pirates will just bypass it? How's that supporting the devs? Let me know in the comments below. Y'all let me know since y'all are so smart. But for all y'all Denuvo bros that had a melty melt, you made my first video about Denuvo go viral with 2K views and likes and stuff. So thank you. I got some support for that. And you made my second one go viral with likes, dislikes, and comments in the comment section, which got me some more support for that. That I just need 10 more subscribers to hit 600. So thank you. This is why
keep it up, Denuvo bros.
Yeah, keep it up. I love my haters. I really do. But yeah, so I just thought that was fun. But with stuff like this, where you can put an apple down and have people fall off a cliff, to petting a cat, right? It's no wonder that recently, with Crimson Desert, it hit about 4 million copies worldwide. And we'd like to thank all the Gravings who have been a part of this journey. So yeah, but here's one thing I want to point out. It's been a long time since I heard the term certain number copies sold.
Yes, those 3 words in a particular sentence.
Copies sold. I've never heard the words copies sold in a long time.
There's a certain series that kind of prevented or stopped doing that and instead resorted to 4 million players active or something like that.
Yeah. And I want to say part of that was part of the whole you don't own your own games mentality. Because they say copies sold, that's an argument for it. See, you admit to that you sold a copy of the game, therefore they have a right to that copy.
Mm-hmm.
So they say players. This is also why I think they started going to the Game Pass. This is also why I don't use Game Pass. Because Game Pass to me is the same as going to Blockbuster. Yeah, I'll go to Blockbuster, I'll rent a game, right? Cheap, whatever. but I prefer having my own copy, which I did. I don't know if you were able to watch that video yet. It's almost 20 minutes long, but that's what I'll tell you. When I was researching the news on that French lawsuit that I was telling you about last night about Ubisoft, I did find more news on the American one.
Oh.
So I did tell this in my chat, and I did mention it in my video, but it went from federal court to state court. Okay. It's in state court. I found the copies. I verified it. It is in state court, and there's a $2 million settlement with pending approval. Now, hold on. They said that in a federal lawsuit, the Ubisoft lawyers said that the players are just the plaintiff is trying to use a kitchen sink approach. But if they're trying to do a kitchen sink approach, like everything but the kitchen sink, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if they're trying to do that, why would you offer a $2 million settlement?
Something don't ring right with that.
Now, here's what I point out. In the French courts, it's an inquisitorial system, right? So the judge can be part of the investigation. I don't know if that's the same with their civil suit, but there's a lot of times where corporate, suits in France seem to unravel. In fact, there's been a lot of mistrials in criminal courts because the judges can intervene and be a part of the investigation since the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to America, which is not perfect, but it has a stronger track record. However, they don't have that problem in French court, which is going to make it interesting to see how this plays out. But what I want to point out is they did not want to go to discovery.
Wonder why.
Discovery, that sticker that says guaranteed to work until 2099 would have been damning evidence, as that was a legit thing. They would have had that file still in Ubisoft, right? They would have to relinquish that, meaning that their terms of service was null and void because they have false advertising, which means people would have won that lawsuit. That's why I hope they didn't settle. I hope they didn't, because that would have been damning, and it would also rule that the judge could say, technically this is property, right? You did guarantee this, which would also be damning when you consider the Visa payment processors in FTC. Where FTC said these payment processors were in potential violation of Article 5 of the FTC Act about false advertising. If you guarantee a product to be around until 2099 and then rescind that with your terms of service, you're liable, at least on the U.S. side, for investigation for false advertising.
Mm-hmm.
And they're broke as it is. All right, their stocks are failing, their games aren't selling. A lot. They had a shit on a lot of studios, so they did this settlement as a win for them. It's still a corporate L. It's what they usually do, and they're like, I don't want to lose. I don't want to get in discovery. Please, we will give you $7 per customer that's a member of the lawsuit, or you could get up to $15 credit in our Ubisoft store. We'll keep 88% of the profits, but we'll give you something for it. They didn't learn their lesson. They didn't want to go to discovery.
No.
So, yeah. Oh, and also the Greymanes were responsible for the theft of Kit Kats. we talked about that earlier in the video. Ghost Industrial actually. Let me just put that out there real quick. Let me see if it's still out here. Talked about the patch. There. They actually made a statement about the Kit Kat in Europe. We can confirm the Greymanes had nothing to do with this drinks and dessert. Thank you. And then it shows the contribution negative for if you actually committed a theft or something.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Crimson dessert. Man, everyone was going ham on that. Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Everyone was going ham on that, the Kit Kat thing of just like, you could almost find a thread and the amount of people that were quote tweeting. It's like, we have reported this, we have reported that. And it's just like, what is this becoming? It was wild.
I thought it was hilarious. I mean, I hope they managed to get the justice done, all that stuff. But I mean, they stole someone's. You gotta admire the theft. 12 tons of Kit Kat products.
That's either accidental or damn brave.
Someone must have wanted a break. They really needed a break off of that Kit Kat bar.
The ultimate break. Yeah.
What if there was a union strike over breaks? They didn't get breaks. They said, you know what? We're just gonna steal this truck so we can get our break of Kit Kat, and we'll call it even.
The Kit Kat theft was an inside job.
But on other news, going back to Luminary, Luminary reached about 4,000 followers on their Steam page.
Nice.
So congratulations. For those who don't know, I will definitely, because I forgot to add this in there. We talked about before. I was kind of impressed and unimpressed. I will still say, even though I got updated my graphics card from a 20K to a 5K series, right? So I upgraded. It still has lagging issues.
That's interesting.
So, yeah, I mean, like if you go down right here, it says the system requirements GeForce 1080 and GeForce RX 2080. But they also want I think they want the 16 gigabyte, right? It's what they'll assume to have. I have an 8 gigabyte 5K, but I would still think that with my 5K at 8 gigabytes, it would still compensate for all that because it's more powerful. And I even had on. I even loaded it from high to medium and all that stuff, and was still having some lag issues. So I was like, but I'm still saying it's a great game. I still think they like I said before, they did talk to me about it. They're not going to have DRM, so
very nice.
Let me just do it this way. We'll go to the page because I forgot to go to the page. And I'll post it in the chat for everyone else. But I'm going down here. So we talked about it before, if you remember. But no, we don't want to see that. We don't care. But yeah, see, like the system card minimum GeForce GTX 1080, recommended GTX RTX 2080, and I was like, well, I'm not getting that when I stream it. I'm not even getting it when I want to record for my videos. I would love to. It's still a great game, guys. I still recommend it. You know, they're getting up there. But yeah, so they had 4,000 people following the game. I'm one of them. But here's another milestone. You ever notice, like in like Skyrim and RPG games, you have a torch and it's raining. It kind of breaks your immersion, doesn't it? You would think that
when the torch doesn't go out
when it rains. Yeah, it bugs me sometimes. Like I can understand a little sprinkle, but when you had that heavy rain, right? Or when
you got that Forrest Gump rain,
expect it to Yeah, well, someone solved it. It wants to load. Something's happening. We're having a heavy rainstorm, so I guess it's affecting my internet right now. But the game Confronted, rain now can now extinguish your torch and Confronted. Feel more immersive now. Yeah.
Ooh. And self-plug.
That's the exact thing I said when I saw this.
Self-plug, that Confronted is one of the games that I covered in my most recent video.
Oh, really? How was it?
It was good. It was better than I'll be honest, I kind of like some of the games when they have a monster, it's a bit of a gimmick where you're supposed to be afraid, but there really isn't anything there. No, there's a monster there and he will kill you. And you basically have nothing. Like that torch, that's impressive that you even have that.
Yep. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, because I forgot.
Mm-hmm. Ah, yes.
Yeah, since I forgot, give you the Steam Steam link for Confront if you want to wishlist that. So there is that for you guys, because I like sharing good games. But you know what? Birthday celebration wouldn't be complete without cake and milk for the guests. What do you think?
Ice cream.
Yeah. Or just cake and milk, you know. I've always believed that a nice slice of cake should always have a tall glass of milk.
Can I be can I be a terrible Washingtonian by saying I need my lactose-free milk? I need some almond milk. I need some soy milk.
Well, to be fair, you know, you're in Washington. We don't usually get into politics, but Washington is known for DEI initiatives, right?
Unfortunately,
DEI has starved us of milk and cake and games. This is from Sayel, if you know who that is. This is a Christian Desert post. People are actually shocked by it. He goes, I stopped counting how many people asked if it's modded. It's not that they actually had to ask indicates DEI's reign on flat-chested terror in gaming. And look, like you see the physics on her. It's not like over exaggerated. It's actually a natural bounce.
Yeah, that looks fine. That looks like my brain looks at that and says, okay, that looks reasonable. It's not like Dead or Alive where the boobs look like they could smack her in the face.
Mm-hmm. And well, I also thought y'all would like to see some have some cake with that milk, you know. This is the birthday. Believe me, I was trying to find something for cake and milk. I was trying to find something.
There you go. Get your milk one way or another.
Let me rephrase it here. I think it's fantastic that games include physics for females. The gap between female characters in game and a real woman is getting narrower and narrower. All this is causing anxiety for a certain community. That is all this gives heartburn too. And it just shows, you know, like how to do the weight styles. I think this is a Fortnite character. I don't know. I don't recognize it. It looks Fortnite style art. But if you can see, even the cake jiggles.
Yeah, the left, it very much looks like the background.
I understand some people are like, oh no, breast move, oh, and girls ass jiggles. I hate to tell you this, but this probably is why you don't have a girlfriend or have a girlfriend with an ass or tits, because I had an Asian girlfriend who, for an Asian, had cake and milk beyond a small glass or a small slice, and it jiggles. They jiggle. I mean, yeah, it's shocking because you're a dude and you've never seen that before. I get it. You know, your dad never had to talk to you. Your parents never paid you any attention, and you never had someone talk to you about how to get a girlfriend. Got it. This is normal.
It took a video game to introduce them to that.
Yeah, and they melted down about it. And yet they call us incels. I'm like, you're calling me an incel, yet I know this is a natural phenomenon with women in physics, but because I dated women, but I'm the incel, though I have a child.
Apparently. It's like there's this weird logic that applies with the incel that's like when they're trying to weasel their way into a woman's life and the woman says no. And suddenly it becomes, oh, you're a whore and a slut, when that's not how neither of those two terms work. Like what?
Or like this is one thing I learned, and my dad never taught me this because he wanted me to be respectful to women. That obviously don't work. Is that nice guys finish last, and so I've learned that if I'm just my typical assholeish self, right? Women, I don't know why this is, but it just happens. Women seem to like that. I get more respect for women when I'm an asshole towards them, even though I'm nice to them at the same time, than I am if I'm just like white knighting everyone.
There's a balance, probably.
Yeah, there's a balance. Like I'm still there when women need help, obviously, but I'm also a jerk at the same time. I'm a jerk to everybody, though. It's just be yourself. With that being said, I've noticed that we got some super chats. So
yes, we do.
Let's see. We'll do this one. I forgot what it is. I actually forgot. Because I actually did not put the right name onto it. So it's like CTH, blah, blah, blah. So like, oh yeah, I don't know what this is now.
Chuck Norris is a hunter, but Chuck Norris does not hunt. Hunting would imply the possibility of failure. There are 10 million people in the world of Warcraft because Chuck Norris allows them to live. I'm Chuck Norris, and I approve this game. World of Warcraft. Try it free at warcraft.com. What's your game?
I remember that ad.
Yeah, I forgot that was for the Chuck Norris on narration when he passed away. But it still works out because Scene for 7 months sent me cupcakes, a slice of cake, and a cake. But still, no Asian cake from Asia mail ordered. Just putting it out there, Steve. You're an old man. You got all this money and privilege. You could have worked something out, but whatever.
Mail order cake. Make it happen.
Yeah. And we got another one. So this one we will say
repent.
Because Valkyria Winter for 3 months says jiggling jiggles, cake time, yes, happy birthday, now for the cream. So yes, you should repent for that. Not for the cake and cream or the comment, thank you for your donation and support, but for the fact that you've only been a member for 3 months, when Steen was a member for 7 months, and you both have been friends of mine since the beginning. So yeah,
the beginning of time.
But with booba physics and all that, and talking about the natural reproduction system of ladies, there's a chance that there's something that might happen 9 months down the road, especially since you have a girlfriend here. So that's always a risk, unless you're saying that your girlfriend is trans and she can't get pregnant or anything. But if she does get pregnant, consider the fact that you can actually play Doom on a pregnancy test.
Yes. I have seen this, and I have experienced life now. Oh.
I saw this too. I was like, you got to be joking. I said, I'm probably never going to be able to mention this because I was like, how am I going to lead into this? I want to lead in. This is fascinating. This is something that I kind of want to lead into. And I was like, oh, I might be able to find something with cake and ice cream to use this. Found it, and I found the proper finisher after. Because, all this just means that you're going to hell. Clearly, you played the original Doom, you go to hell. Because, booba physics, all that stuff. But God confirmed, not God, GOG, good old games, right? They confirm that you're going to hell.
Yay! First class B's.
Doom the Eternal is now DRM free on GOG. And for those who don't know, I'm going to click onto it. It's 75% off. You can get it for $9 right now.
Wow.
On GOG. Doom Eternal, GOG. Go now. Go support GOG. And obviously, if you know who I am on GOG, then and you want to get me a birthday gift, there you go. Because I will not play the DRM version. I know I rarely break that. I only broke that rule for Crimson Desert, and I was only after talks with friends I trust. Only.
Yeah.
Usually I don't break that rule. But since you're going there, going to hell, GOG, right? After all the booba physics, you might as well stop by and get yourself a copy of Super Meat Boy.
3D.
Super Meat Boy 3D is now on. Yeah, now it's on GOG at 10% off. I did tell you we're trying to put some GOG news in there as well.
This is impressive because I've never seen the 3D version.
Going to hell and well, now you have. And now you can get it on GOG and play it yourself. DRM free, might I add. All right. It just came out recently.
Oh, wow.
On GOG. It's DRM free. Stellar 24/7 for report and full refunds up to 30 days. So there is that. It's got audio supported languages, single player, controller support, achievement. Oh, it has achievements. I did not know GOG does achievements. I'm going to have to start playing games on GOG more often. Oh, wow. Subverse is on there.
Huh.
Tainted Grail is on there. I did not. Oh, no, I actually did know Tainted Grail is on there. Kingdom Come Deliverance is on there. We're kind of railroading out here. The Witcher's on there, obviously. Cyberpunk.
It's GOG. It's fine.
Prey. So, yeah. Oh, there you go.
Leisure Suit Larry.
Definitely don't mind you playing.
We're talking about boob games.
Loot Line. I'm kind of curious about this. I'm afraid to touch it. I'm afraid to highlight over it, but I kind of want to know what that's about. What do you got? Planet Crasher. So I might actually. So that means that this is actually kind of new because that means news to me, I should say. I've been trying to give more GOG attention, but it seems like they're also getting the same titles that Steam's getting. So maybe what I'll try to do is try to see if they'll have the DRM version out on GOG on launch day, if they can get that popular. And I'll be like, yeah, totally, sure, why not? But after you're going to hell and trying to save your girlfriend as Super Meat Boy, sometimes you just want to play, as a Dragonborn, and you don't want to be a good Dragonborn. You kind of want to rob the rich, right? But you're not really robbing a lot of people. Like there's not support for that. But the Elder Scrolls gets you gets you a steep build level to your muffle and handle boots on. The Jarl's Varts are right for the picking with Capital Vault's creation from Stable 17. No Kit Kat horde. Everyone is ganging up on a Kit Kat. That's one reason I put it in. And to be honest, though, I don't even hate them for it because the Kit Kats are so good. I love Kit Kat.
They're coming out with good flavors too.
Mm-hmm. Well, except for vanilla chocolate. That's like evil. That's like
I haven't had that one yet.
Yeah, but yeah, so it's on the Bethesda's modding list. So there's that. I mean, people usually say, "I don't want to do Skyrim creation mods." Okay, fine, but for those who do, because I like to try to add mods, and no one's recommending mods I should highlight on Dragoncast, so I can't. I just go where I get something, I find it. I'm not going on my way for it. But yeah, it's available on PC and all that stuff. But with all that sinning, that you've done from going to hell because you gooned too much on Jiggle Physics that you end up playing Doom on a pregnancy test and end up robbing the rich on Skyrim, you need to do something this Easter weekend, right? To counterbalance that. You need religion. You really do. All right. And apparently, another religious game came out just for you. And it says, wait a minute, they actually cooked I Am Jesus Christ is sitting at 90% positive reviews with players praising it for surprisingly respectful retelling of events. So yeah, the game came out recently this past week. I think April 2nd. And remember how I told you, I even mentioned it in my videos a couple times. I think I even told you one time. To be fair, there is a religious Christian game curse. Every time a Christian game comes out, it's always negative.
Yep.
And I think part of that was you had boomers making the games because it was the NES days. It was also unlicensed. That was another thing. It wasn't officially licensed by Nintendo. So Nintendo put a ban on it. Nintendo didn't put a ban because it was religious. It put a ban on religious games because not even just Christians, but Muslims as well. Other religions were making games that were not licensed for Nintendo. They did not understand the concept. They had to license the product. So it wasn't just porn games like Midway Games that made games like, oh, I don't know, Custer's Revenge. There was other, people that didn't understand that you need a license. License was always a thing, which is why we're not arguing the concept of licensing when we talk about, digital ownership. We're saying if we owned our copy of the physical copy of that license, then all logic dictates we also own our copy of the digital copy of that license. Just pointing that out there. We're not owning. It's like we're not owning the blueprints to build the couch. We're owning the copy of the couch, the blueprint that was built from those blueprints. That's all. Once we get our copy, that's our copy. We can do whatever we want to it. Eat pizza on it and stain it. Change the fabric. Netflix and chill.
Yes, Netflix and chill to Passion of the Christ. Don't do that.
You do you, I thought. You do you.
Don't do that.
Just remember, Jesus Christ is watching. He goes, "I died for these people." Is what he's going to say. No, he's probably going to be like, I've seen worse than this. To be fair, people that actually think me and the whore I saved from demon possession are an item, and that's not totally true at all. And yet, you know what? I'm not even mad. I'm just
disappointed.
Yeah. But no, congratulations to I Am Jesus Christ on this one. And I'll put the link out for everyone else. But if you wanted to get it now, there's a free download. Okay. So if you want to try before you buy, so that's good. Get hooked on the drugs. I mean, the religion. I mean, get hooked on the game, right? It's originally $26.98, but if you act now, it is 10% off. But if you get the bundle with Out of Reach, it's 50% off. So $13.48. So, I actually might play it tomorrow because it's, Easter. I might try to play
that would be good timing.
So, and being the fact that I read the Bible, I can critique it how biblically accurate it is. That's why I watched this one movie, TV series called The Chosen. And for the most part, it was biblically accurate. I was like, I'm impressed. I thought I was going to get a lecture thing here. No, it was... yeah, it was interesting. And then we have another milestone. Remember Nuns and Guns? Apparently, it was on the top popular upcoming on Steam.
Oh, wow.
It was on the popular upcoming list. So congratulations to that. You can definitely get the game if you want it. I will definitely give you guys the link to that. It's you can get it for 25% off the source Steam page. So there is that again.
Honestly, Guns and Nuns sounds like a bunch of female gym rats that wear the outfits.
Yeah, and you know what? It still fits in with religion. You need your religion after
sinning,
doing what you did of sinning. Yes. But other than that, let's see. There is a lot more. We got more milestones, but before I show the milestones, I'm going to find this real quick because I had it. Here's an upcoming game, to fit your religious need. It's not out yet, but after all that sinning, you need judgment, right? You need judgment. You need a strong sense of morality, which could probably put you on a path before or becoming an inquisitor. I see that tilt in your head. Your judgment, because there's a medieval game where you banish demons and burn heretics.
And
yeah. I think that'd be a kind of an interesting game. I don't lie. I think that's an interesting game. And then after you exercise them, you burn them. Which, fun fact, this is actually taken out of context. I mean, the Spanish Inquisition did do this.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
This is like a more colorful version of Daemonology, which you can get on Steam for like $3, but it's a very similar thing. You're a witch hunter in like 1600s, and because it's like really pixelated, it hides a lot of the terrible things that you do to people. But this one, it's got a fun little art style.
Mm-hmm. What's kind of funny is because people take it a lot out of context, but this one, it doesn't. This is based on the Spanish Inquisition, obviously. The Spanish Inquisition totally did this bullshit, right? They totally did it. But because they did that, the witch burning and all that stuff, there's a misunderstanding on the church's involvement. The church, like Roman Catholic Church in Rome, one thing I learned was they didn't actually get involved in that. It was very rare. It was usually small time, like really small villages and communities and baronies, which is similar to the Salem witch projects, the Salem witch trials. And it was usually a misunderstanding or small town rivalry where they used witchcraft as the reason why. And the priest would be wasn't even usually the one involved. They went to the Lord, and the Lord commanded the priest to do such things. Like, you need to prove this person isn't a witch. Which was kind of interesting. Now, the Joan of Arc one was interesting because that's also proving, because the British court, right? They captured and tried Joan of Arc for witchcraft, not the church.
Yeah,
the state. So it's like, but when it comes to the actual, like I thought it was like the closest thing to the church doing this was in fact the Spanish Inquisition. The Spanish Black Legend is because of stuff like this.
This actually makes a lot of sense. The fact that the church, like Vatican level church, was not connected kind of shows how just willy-nilly a lot of communities were run back then. And what you mentioned about this rivalry of like, oh, I don't like this person, they must be a witch. They need to prove like we haven't really changed much. We've swapped the term witch for racist or something else, but we're still kind of there, but with a little more resistance these days. We're not as fearful now as we were back then. Back then,
obviously, they believed that the stuff was the real deal. So, but if you say witch now, like this person is alt witch, they're gonna be like, there's no such thing as witches. So they say, oh, this person is an alt Nazi. Then you're like, you know what? That could be a possibility. There were Nazis in World War II, like only close to 80 years ago. Yeah, and those type of people are dead. Oh, you mean neo-Nazi? Yeah, those guys are ostracized by nearly everybody. Like, you don't want to mention you're a Nazi because we'll exorcise you out of society. But no, I just thought that was kind of a funny game. I was like, oh, this has got to be cool. And for those who are wanting it, I will definitely give you the Steam page, but right into the next one, which is a gaming milestone. It reached 100K on wish lists.
Oh,
so Baron's Call. I will definitely give you that one. I forget. You remember this one, right?
We had talked about this one before.
We talked about so many games. I couldn't remember if we talked about this one, but
I think we did.
I thought so. I didn't wasn't going crazy. Like I said, we talked about so many games, but for everyone else who's like, I want more games, this is my birthday gets you. I like sharing games. And funny thing is Reflective Luminary even congratulates them. That's amazing. I also see you guys hard work paying off. So yeah. And that's the thing I loved about these indie devs, which could be interesting going forward, is they're just like the devs back in the 80s and 90s. If they had, Twitter, they would have been supporting themselves as well. You know, they would have collabed and worked. Like it's just a new generation of doing it, which I'm going to say it supports my claim that these are going to be the new AAAs going forward. The new indies, the new AAs, the new AAAs. They're all going to be these guys because they're giving. And there's more. I'm just going to do it here, but I had another one where there's more games getting million copies sold.
Wow.
Right. So indie games are winning. And if you notice, some more friend slops, some more pixel games. They don't have the best graphics, but art is, don't get me wrong, art is icing on a cake, right? And I mentioned it with the Nexon game. I think we talked about it earlier. But so Nexon admitted that, right, about their game sucks for the First Ascendant. And I made a video on it, which surprisingly I thought I was gonna get a lot of shills, screaming about it, but I had a lot of people actually agreeing with it. I mean, I liked the game. I felt, but it didn't really keep me there, right? It was just a repetitive, boring game loop. The only thing that kept me coming back was the occasional skins, and even then, I'm not going to spend like $100 on a skin. Like, they don't have actually that much. But like, I had the Bayonetta skin, I had the office secretary skin, I had the maid skin. Like in my video, right, when I was playing the First Ascendant while talking about the news on it, right, I started off with the Bayonetta skin, and then switched over to the maid outfit. And when she's riding her motorcycle, the physics of the skirt actually lifts up, so you can see her ass and panties. I did not think about it until I was actually trying to edit the final cut of the film. And I was realizing, oh my gosh, her ass. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it there. It's not gonna flag YouTube. And I even thought about just that comical of putting the censor mark there. I was like, nah, that's just too much. Let's give these guys some cake. Let's let them enjoy the
game's giving cake.
Yeah, the game had a lot of cake, and it was the first game I collabed with Bo on it, but it didn't really keep me there. I would only play. It was like one of the games I would only play if people asked me to play with them. Oh, Dorian! Oh, I'm sorry to. I didn't see you there. Good to see you, and I see your title for birthday edition. Thank you. Sorry, we were reveling on games, but yes, great to see you, Dorian, and everyone else. If you haven't, definitely give Dorian a follow if you like watching people play retro games. He plays a lot of retro games. But yes, indie games are coming out with some new things. So there is that. Also, have you tried Tainted Grail?
No, but why do I feel like I know that?
Because the Grail is from a taint.
Oh, okay. I'm well, Dorian.
Okay,
Thank you.
So April Fool's is over, and Tainted Grail once announced that it's time to focus more serious. Their third DLC for Tainted Grail is now live. Enter Merlin's Tomb, a brand new in-game dungeon, complete unique trials, and face tainted versions of a man who was once the greatest sage. So basically, you're going to be dealing with a tainted version of Merlin.
Ooh,
that's what I'm getting. If you're playing on Steam, just add the DLC to your library for free. On all other platforms, it's been introduced as part of the base game. It's free. You don't pay for it. That's base as fuck, and it's not April Fool's joke. They also had a patch that landed as well. I played the game. I actually like it. But sadly, it's not on sale. But if you're like, I don't want to pay $50 for this game that people say they enjoy playing, and it might actually be good, even though it's dark fantasy, they have a free demo. It's another reason why I endorse games like this, because if you have a free demo, it's like try before you buy. Sample the drug before you become addicted, whatever you want to call it. I don't give a shit. But yeah, it's a good game. And
can I just say that when I'm watching a trailer like this and I see different levels, and yet there's different color schemes for each level. Like there was blues, there was purples, and you don't have the vomit. That really gets my attention, because that shows an intentional color palette was used for each level. and they wanted to use as many colors as possible, but they knew we need to be very particular. You get my attention when you do that. A Medieval did that a lot. And I see it here, and it's like, ooh, I want this. I like this.
And even Sim says he was getting into it, and he's British. They don't like anyone making fun. Well, actually, no, they do now. They do like anyone mocking King Arthur, the first king of England, because he's not Muslim or whatever. I mean, that's what he tells me. He's British. So if you say that's racist, Levistro, first off, I'm a dragon. I can't be racist against humans if I look down on all of you equally because y'all are short as shit.
Yep, 5'9" here.
Second off, I can't be racist if I'm quoting someone who actually said that is from Britain, and I trust him as a valid source because he's from Britain. If he's lying, that's between you two, or 3 or 100, whatever. I don't give a shit.
Don't hunt the messenger.
News. I just hunt the news. But you know how I'm always giving news about PC releases? And I mentioned before I want to get some consoles.
You did, yeah.
And you remember how we talked about the PS5 going to be about $1,000 coming out in price?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Well, if you're not poor, okay, if you're not poor and you're rich enough to get a PS5, and you got a PS5 because you're rich enough and you're not poor, or you did enough sugar mama deeds to get your PS5, and my condolences for you, but I guess grandma's loving too. I don't know. Star Wars is coming to PS5.
Oh,
Star Wars is a bouncy booba anime girl 3D action game now coming to PS5. So, yeah, as you can tell, I did make an honest effort, but I don't have a PS5, and I don't know if PS5 is going to do well. Going to be $1,000. So,
but if you get one,
I tried.
You can get this game.
My audience could always tell me, yeah. Just we don't need to know if you have a shirt or something, to get your PS5. I want to share. I had that meme. I want to share that meme, but I don't know if I will get banned off of YouTube.
Make another channel, build it up.
There you go. But for everyone else, well, we do have the links here in the storage in the stream chat. So for both PlayStation and Steam. So, see, for everyone sending me DMs that, oh, you're not being nice to us console players. That's just proven you wrong. I just announced the PS5 release. I will say this. I couldn't find a news article on it, but I did find something interesting. Apparently, Sony is apparently going to be moving all its titles off of Steam back to PlayStation.
I heard that. Yeah, I heard it was all their single player stuff.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, I'm mixed on it. I do believe PC's better, right? But this is what happens when you don't have any exclusives.
Yeah.
So I do think it's a smart business move to keep their consoles running. But as a PC gamer who hasn't had a PlayStation since the first generation PlayStation, I'm not too happy about that. But as long as they keep my Sony titles that are still on Steam, because if they remove mine from my library, Steam library, I'm going to expect a full refund, and you're not going to offer me $7, as the settlement.
Yeah,
I'm like, no, I paid this much. I don't even want this much on this thing. I don't even want, unless you're going to give me a free PlayStation to play the game and a copy of the game to make up for that. I don't want it. I want my PC copy. I'm just saying, that's all I want. I had one for Mortal Shell 2, and I lost that tweet, but we do have the Steam page. Obviously, I was born. They never can get my date right, so I just go for the closest.
33 BBY.
But yeah, so Motor Show actually has gotten some new gameplay.
Oh wow!
And it's coming. It doesn't have a release date yet. It's coming for this year. But yeah, it's a action RPG. They say it's Souls-like, but I'm not sure yet. I don't know if it's Souls-like or just Dark Fantasy, because everyone's saying if it's Dark Fantasy, it's Souls-like. But I don't know about you, but I'm not seeing a lot of Dark Souls-ish gameplay design. I'm seeing a lot of Dark Souls-ish aesthetics and Dark Fantasy, but I don't know yet.
Yeah, this could be somewhere between, if you've got Dark Souls on one side and Hellblade, which is more atmospheric story than combat. This could be somewhere in the middle, because there's not a whole lot of combat in the Hellblade series. It's kind of peppered, but it's not meant to be combat. This could be a nice happy medium.
Yeah. So yeah, they finally released some gameplay. So I wanted to share that. I accidentally did not save the tweet that talked about it. But just really when you think about it, when you really think about it, when it comes to the Souls-like games and dark horror games, there's nothing down there. But this horror game, there's nothing down there been announced. You descend into a dark ocean sinkhole with a colleague to investigate a thermal anomaly.
I want to play
all
this.
Yellow Submarine, might I add. You heard about it?
I heard about it. I did not catch the Yellow Submarine, but that's a great reference. Oh, this looks good. I played enough Subnautica.
I noticed that too. I'm going to regret it if I don't say it.
Yeah. Oh, this, for those who are paranoid about Subnautica and going into dark, scary places, this is going to focus right on that, and I'm interested. I'm adding this to my list.
Oh yeah, and I did put the theme powered right there, so there is that for everyone else. But I thought it was kind of interesting because I think it might be I didn't look much into it too much, but it looks like it's gonna be co-op, Lovecraftian almost. That's what I got out of it.
So far, it's just single.
Good. Yeah, because it says it's you investigate with a colleague, so it's like maybe it's co-op, but still could be fun. And I was going to cover the Subnautica 2 news. Apparently, but I decided that by the time I decided I was going to do it, everyone else had videos on it. I was like, you know what? Everyone else is talking about it. They probably somewhere down. If you watch every last one of those videos, you might get my take somewhere in those 3 videos or 500 videos, whatever. But apparently, right, the people that own Subnautica 2 now, they didn't want to pay the original creators jack shit.
Yeah.
So they used ChatGPT as their lawyer.
Fucking CEO.
And court was like, yeah, no, you're hiring these original devs back and you're paying them. So yeah. And he's still trying. He's still trying. I was like, did you not learn your lesson? It's like AI is a tool. It's not a sentient being. And it's not going to help you. You do realize part of law, like when you have a conflict in the law and you're taking someone to court in a lawsuit, you're arguing over the law. You're hearing both sides, and the ruling is made on the decision of that decision, which is why those law cases are usually cited. In a case like Your Honor, in a case of Carell versus Ubisoft, it was determined that Ubisoft was telling people they can't own their games, but they cited the actual law here that says that anything purchased is owned by the individual consumer. That kind of phrase is usually referenced in a case to justify why that case exists. Mm-hmm. ChatGPT is not going to do that for you. It's basically like the people that Tim Howard surrounds himself with. It's basically a yes man or yes AI. Believe me, the only time it will fight you tooth and nail is if you trigger its safe words. Like if you try to say, oh, I don't know, anything regarding persons of color, LGBT, minorities and this and that, then they'll be like, well, technically we can't say that because you don't understand our past. And I'm like, motherfucker, I'm Native American. I'm mixed breed Native American. I am the most minority of the minorities. Not only am I'm not part of a tribe. I'm not like, yeah, my great grandfather. No, my great grandma was full blood Native American. My granddad, who passed away, was half Native American. I am still considered half Native American, and I'm not part of any tribe, but I could literally go to my tribal nation and be part of the tribe if I request it, because I have proof of that.
Yep.
And I am part of the 0.008% of Native Americans, or considered Native Americans, who left the tribe. Like, I'm part of that small minority. That tells you I'm the most minority of the minority. And if I'm telling ChatGPT that, look, I don't care. You're not going to tell me how to. A machine is not going to tell me how to live.
You're not going to out minority me.
Yeah. You're not gonna tell me that we can't talk about minorities to a minority who's the minority of the minorities.
I need to speak something on that in regards to that bit.
Yeah.
I need you all to think about this for a moment. The CEO of whoever owns Subnautica, because it's under a publisher, this motherfucker decided in his infinite wisdom, rather than going to a person and trying to get someone to collude with him, he went to an AI program in his little office, like, and started asking questions of how he can fuck over and keep $250 million for himself because he's a selfish, greedy cunt. That's the person who owns who is part of the CEO for Subnautica 2. He went full corpro. He found the skill tree for going corpro, and he's like, I'm gonna fucking max this shit out. That's never forget that with Subnautica 2. The CEO is so greedy, he tried to use AI to cheat the system because he wanted it. He just wanted it. It's great.
He basically told Halo Studios, Ubisoft, and nearly every old school big AAA corporate AAA company out there, hold my beer.
Yes. Hold my beer. I will fuck everyone in ways that cannot be imagined. And then the court's like, even the court stenographer is like looking over, like, what?
Lol, no. It's like, it was like the biggest. I would say it was the biggest lolcout in legal history, aside from when Nintendo tried to do its lazy patent that got rejected. Same thing. Lol, no. But anyways, moving on. Go ahead.
He was asking, was that the Subnautica CEO?
I think it was Crafton. I have to double check. He says there's a Crafton CEO. But anyways, moving on. Speaking of things that are dead and done with, and things that go bump in the night. You like zombies?
I like zombie games. I don't know if I like zombies. I don't have an affliction for zombies.
I interest you into a zombie game called Undead Chronicles. One bite means permadeath. There's no maps, no HUD, no waypoints. Zombies cannot parkour, sprint, or mutate.
Interesting.
You have no health bar. So if you get bit by the zombie, you're dead. There's no map, there's no HUDs, there's no waypoints. It's basically like the realist of the real zombie apocalypse.
Very matter of fact.
Like,
interesting.
That's kind of interesting. I think it's around World War I time frame, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that looks kind of like
you're surviving.
Go ahead.
I was saying you're surviving the zombie apocalypse in World War I, which I thought was kind of interesting.
There's a handful of those coming out.
I will pay Sonya to play this. I will pay Sonya to stream this.
We both will
pay her.
$50.
I will get her the game. I will stream it. I will make sure I'm not streaming when she does, so I can support and mod her. I will do everything I can to advertise this for her if she plays this and tries to finish the game. But that's the thing. She has to finish the game.
Oh, that would depend on how long the game is. This looks to be, most of these are about like 4 to 6 hours, depending on how many people they have to make it. This does look good, though.
Yep. But for everyone else who wants a good real zombie game, links in the description if you're on YouTube Shorts or on the screen, and chat if you're watching me live. For everyone else who hasn't watched me live, why haven't you? We have lots of fun. But I also have another upcoming game. I forget the name of this one, but we're just going to go ahead and roll with it.
Rolling. Oh, sorry.
We got
Copyright.
We got a lot. So this is a solo dev making Ectograph, another survival horror game where you photograph ghosts, crack environmental puzzles, and manage limited resources. It's like Fatal Frame and Sickness had a graphic baby.
I've seen this game.
So this is kind of, to me, it's kind of like Phasmophobia, the photographer. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you've seen this game, what do you know about it? So I don't have to keep talking.
I've seen the developer talk, like it makes the rounds in the indie dev. And I saw this one as I was scrolling through. I think I might have it as a bookmark. I was like, ooh, isometrics, which are making a comeback. Like, what? I can't even think of it because I'm on the spot. But there's a few people that are making isometric horror games that are less about like armies, kind of like Warhammer type. And it's just like one character and you are doing a lot of the work. Holston is one that does an isometric where you're running around isometric, but when you go to actually aim and shoot, it zooms you into first person mode, which is a very interesting mechanic. So yes, I welcome these kinds of games.
Yep. And I'm also noticing my frames are starting to just get frame shaking. I don't know what's going on there. Me and Carrots have been trying to fix that because we don't know where it's coming from. We were actually brainstorming this past, what was it, Monday?
It was sometime around Monday.
Week. But, we did do a lot of horror. I think some people want something more warlike, something more chaotic and goblin-y. Don't you think?
Goblins are cool.
Like maybe tank goblins. Yeah. So this is another one I thought was kind of interesting. It's not girls piloting tanks, but goblins. It's a co-op goblin bread game. Tank goblins. Just remember, this is translated from Japanese. So if I'm saying that doesn't make sense, I'm just reading the Japanese translation to English. You manage powerful tanks together, blast the main cannon, and smash through Mushroom Village and bizarre castles. I think someone is making a dead ringer for Nintendo. Mushroom Village and bizarre castles.
Yeah, there's some jabs in there.
Sell plunder treasures to gnome ghosts. Yeah, gnome ghosts and power up your tank to defeat the evil necrocancer. I don't think this is the one that we talked about before. There was another tank game we talked about, and I don't think it's this one because that one had to look for the old original Xbox style graphics in the early 2000s. This one does kinda, but at the same time, the graphics aren't as smudged.
Yeah, there's a little bit of crispness to it. It's like the tank is kind of like bit smashed, but then the environment around it, like that fog of war looks gorgeous. There's something about it. It looks really good.
So if it's the same game, cool. I mean, they talked to us before. If it's not, well, there's another tank game for you guys. If y'all like tanks, tank goblins. You better goblin it up. And no, I'm not apologizing for that. No one paid me to advertise it, so that you get what you paid for in advertising. just to be fair. And then we have Colossus Verdenda Eternal Blight. It's just a nice little cozy pixel game. You can wish list it. I just thought it was interesting, because I haven't shown any 2D games in a while, but I do like 2D pixel arts when it's done right.
This is very nice.
Your brother's corrupted, the blight is spreading, only you can stop it.
Go
ahead.
This is a kind of like a vibrant version of the old Final Fantasies before they went CGI.
Yep. And there's one I'm actually excited for because, well, it's got a fucking dragon in it now.
Ninja Dragons.
The difference between me and the Doritos Pope, though, is I don't give a game 9 out of 7 just because it has Doritos Mountain Dew. But the Sin Dozens release it, Dungeons Deep on wish list. You see, look, how many hands do you see on that dragon? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, and then there's the wings.
Yeah. So see, that's what I'm always obsessed about. Ever since Reign of Fire came out, people try to make dragons as 2-winged beasts with 2 legs. Like, no, that's a fucking wyvern. I don't care if you got the idea from Dragon Slayer. That just means that you're fucking lazy. Because Dragon Slayer did it because they had a short budget in Industrial Light and Magic Studios and a short time span between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. So they could put a lot of time to it. So it's just a lot easier to make a dragon without freaking hands, feet, and wings.
Lavistro has a lot of pent-up frustration.
I love dragons. I mean, if since I'm a dragon, should I not? And dragons only had like two limbs. Should I not have feet and wings, and no hands? I know I can't move my hands around, but I have hands. But no, I literally get peeved off by the whole wyvern is a dragon thing. No, it's not.
You can't see.
And I'll show you on that doll
flailing his hands right now.
I will show you on that doll where the devs touched me and the Hollywood producers touched me. I will show you.
And clipped.
Yeah. No. And it was funny. It was funny with this one. Because I didn't catch it when I was writing my lyrics. The song actually fucked up Dragoncast. And I did not realize it until later. It's like, I'll just roll with it. But he points it out. Because in the lyrics, he goes, fire-breathing worm, scream it loud. It's supposed to say, I forget the actual lyrics, but it's supposed to be fire-breathing something, I forget. We're screaming loud. We're screaming fire-breathing chaos, we're screaming loud. That's what it was. And it said, no, fire-breathing worm. I'm like, you know what?
A worm that's fire-breathing.
So, but yeah.
Now you pointed out, I'm going to listen to that every time.
Yeah. But, I forgot to give y'all the Dungeons Deep, didn't I? We're deep diving this dungeon. But I actually have it wishlist on Steam. I'm waiting for it. There is a free download. It's planned also for this year, so it's an upcoming game. They say it's gonna have online co-op, so that's another
Sold.
That's interesting.
Even better.
Watch it be a Souls game. I'll be like, why does every fantasy game have to be a Souls game? I'm gonna be doing that again. I'm like, you ruined the game. You not every dark fantasy / RPG has to be a Souls-like. We could have something original. It's like, please stop giving me this.
I kind of blame Jedi Fallen Order a little bit, because as much as I enjoyed Jedi Fallen Order, we don't talk about survival. Fallen Order was one of those games that decided, let's take the full formula and make it Star Wars. And half of us are like, why?
Dark Souls Star Wars doesn't even sound good on paper.
No.
But here's one. Like, I'm noticing we're trying to rush through these now, but because I think the video is starting to lag. I can't figure out what's causing this. But this one's on Kickstarter that I've noticed. I didn't see it on Steam. Like I said, I'd like to look up Kickstarters, and I'm trying to go into, in the spirit of guys, is that Epic Journey Zelda inspired, like classic Zelda inspired. And I think you can see it with even though the frames are like doing the frames thing, but Yeah, I will send that here as well. And then we will go into another one called this one here. I guarantee you, if Nintendo heard about it, they are going to and they are going to patent more patents, and then they're going to send this studio a cease and desist letter. Monster Crown Sin Eater is a monster collecting RPG with over 1,000 monsters and crossbreeding. So they don't have 150 Pokemon. I mean, monsters, pocket monsters. No, monsters. They have 1,000 Pokemon. I mean, monsters, pocket monsters. But anyways, no, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm actually saying like it's actually pretty cool. It does have that Pokemon-esque, and it offers more. And I just did a video on that. I think with Nintendo, with their patents and stuff, that they got too complacent, and people are just offering more features, more mechanics, adding more into it than what Nintendo has ever done. So,
which I approve of.
It looks more like Pokemon to me than anything else. Like it's not Pokemon, but just the mechanics of it. But because I have principles, and I would totally not go against the wishes of Nintendo. I did not totally ever at all in any way, shape, or form send the Steam page link in the chat or on screen. I totally did not do that.
Never happened.
If it says anything, that's totally a lie. But you know what else? But do you know what's not a lie?
Me. I don't know.
Soul Rain. New visions for Envoy await you. Complete the look with variety of fresh tresses, ensure to impress even the most discerning witch. So that's the game that's coming out. I think the graphics look amazing. So, but I'm waiting to see more on it.
This looks
has
good.
been showing up around a lot. Like some people are gonna say, "Oh, well, she's got flat fill." Okay, fine. To be fair, the first Senate has a lot of milk and jiggles now. It wasn't there before, now it is, and it's not doing so well. The visuals, and I said this in the video, I said this before in previous things, and I'll say it again. I don't give a shit what game artists say about we should make more money because we carry the game. No, y'all don't. Y'all hook in the game. Y'all are the icing on the cake. The cake is the mechanics, the code, and everything else. It's like a YouTube thumbnail. You're the YouTube thumbnail in the game. The box art. I can have an interesting YouTube thumbnail, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if I don't keep your attention within 30 seconds, how am I going to keep your attention within 5 minutes or the crucial part of 10 minutes?
Yeah.
And if I have a video that's 20 minutes long, my thumbnail has better do something to make you ignore the fact that it's 20 minutes long, and I better keep your intentions. You're just the thumbnail. You're just the art. What's going to keep me playing this game for 2 hours if since it's a Steam release? What's going to keep me there? The mechanics, not the art. The mechanics. You can have all the nice mechanics, but the game doesn't work well. It's not going to flow well. I'm not saying that mechanics aren't necessary because we've seen that before, right? We've seen games that show, that have maybe good mechanics, but the art and preaching was forefront that you just couldn't stomach it. Like there is that, right?
Yeah.
So there's a bit of balance, but the balance isn't 50-50. The balance is more like maybe 25% art and 80%, no, maybe like 50% art, 80%, 80 to 90% mechanics. I can't do the math right, but basically it's majority mechanics and narrative. That's why they get paid more.
70-30.
Yeah, like I said, she doesn't have you don't see the cakes and milk on that one. But the graphics look stunning. I'm gonna wait for the I'm gonna wait for the gameplay. And no, it's not. It just says it's coming soon. There's no demo, but I do have the Steam Power page for people who want it. So there is that. I don't know why I was just showing my feet a lot. So I was like, you know what? Maybe people are talking about it, but we'll put it in there. But Morbid Metal. Have you heard of that one? It's not heavy metal, it's morbid metal. It's more
Maybe.
gnarly, I would assume.
It's ringing a bell for some reason.
This one has launched, I believe, or it's launching tomorrow. No, sorry, got my notes wrong. It's launching in 4 days.
Oh, okay.
Launching in 4 days, and it has a demo right now. Okay, it has a demo.
There you go.
It'll be $18 on launch, but they will have a discount on launch of 25% to be about $13.50. So
that's a coffee and donut.
You want to give, if you want to give Levistro a late happy birthday gift, I'm not going to say anything. It's on my wish list. I'm just saying. I had no stake in its success. It's just a game I found interesting, and it has a free demo. And link in the video. So, yeah, we got lots. Are almost done. We are almost done. But you know what? I think I noticed I never did for a while.
Murder people.
I noticed I never focused on any flight simulators. Well, fuck the people. People are and flips. I know. But have you heard of Nova Squadron?
No, but you do bring up an interesting point. Yeah, there's kind of a lacking of simulators.
Well, this is welcome to Starfeild, the corner of Jupiter with such high density of rare resources. It takes the clouds res, very honest, angry. But yeah, you dive into Jupiter's atmosphere, take down fast flying fortresses from within a fast-paced arcade flight combat. You know, losing your plane is just a setback. Return with an upgraded replacement and take back lost territory in Nova Squadron roguelite campaign. And they do have a free demo.
I love free demos. They're amazing. I don't
usually play flight simulators. Yeah, I don't usually play flight simulators, but I was like, you know, I'm always seemingly to notice the RPGs. I was like, I need to show some other stuff. So I this is why I haven't been doing a lot, and I didn't have the streaming platform ready a day in advance. That's why I was like an hour in advance, because I was literally looking for something other than RPG. It's like I need some to diversify our interesting games, and this is gonna be that time where we're gonna have a lot of, like, we're already 2 hours in, but I did say we're gonna do a lot of this. But also we have this game called Wyldheart. So Wyldheart, and if you give me a moment here, I got 2 sources for this. All right, so I want to make sure I open these up correctly, because this was in Japanese, but they have a Steam page. All right, I'm giving everybody 2 links. If you like this, there's 2 links to this. You get the store Steam page, right? You embark on a bite-sized campaigns, and it's co-op action RPG. It's a co-op action RPG.
Nice.
That's what I thought was interesting. It's not multiplayer, not MMO. It's co-op, which I'm thinking kind of like Jump Space or stuff like that, where you're working together. Right? It's coming soon to early access. Yes, it has an EULA, which I mentioned before, but you can get the beta access.
Ooh.
Right? That's the thing I'm going to point out now. Now, the reason I'm going to do it is, I sent you the link to these, if I remember correctly. I sent everyone on Dragoncast the link in case you wanted to look into it.
Mm-hmm.
But everyone, give me a moment, because it's also getting close to that time where I have to step out and make sure my son takes his breathing medications. He had a viral cold that was causing him breathing problems. We found out on Monday. He's doing a lot better, but I have to make him take it every 4 hours, and it's getting close to that time frame. So anyways, it's still being in active development. All right. They need 172 like 170 something thousand of their gold, right? So,
Mhm.
but I figured we look into it. I don't know if you did, but they had 26 days to go. I don't know if they're going to make it. I don't know.
Yeah. Kickstarter doesn't seem to have the kick that it once did. It's a lot more difficult for people to, I guess, be trusting.
Mm-hmm. I think part of it is as well is like you had people like Zoe Quinn and others who scammed games on Kickstarter.
Yeah.
People say, oh, that's not true. You can look at there's news on it. Kickstarter was a lot of people scammed on Kickstarter. When you want to talk about an actual scam, this is why I think a lot of people also believe previous game we talked about with Mikey. I just forgot the name of it. It started on Kickstarter. So I was like, you know what? That could be another reason why people think it's a scam.
Ashes of Creation.
Yeah, thank you. But also when we found out on Ashes of Creation, the federal government actually sided with them, which tells you, wait a minute, there's more to the story than it's being let on. I mean, I've already said that. It's like let's wait because it's he said, she said. We have no evidence yet. Now they're both seeking to sue each other for it. So let's just wait to see what comes out in Discovery. This is why it's hard to make a video. I was like, this is why I try to stay out of it in general. But people asked me to make a video. I was like, okay, fine. If people are asking, I'll do it.
Here's what we've got so far. Yeah.
Yeah. But here, they started to, you're not the chosen one. I thought that obviously was pretty interesting. You're not starting out as the Dragonborn or something like that, right? You're starting as just a humble peasant tossed into a dungeon, right? But you can customize your combat style. Like these are all interesting stuff. Handcrafted towns, so it's not procedurally generated. I like that. I like handcraft over like people say, I don't like AI. It's like, okay, but you're okay with procedural generated. Yeah. So I was like, well, I don't mind that AI. I prefer it not be the thing that's always used. Procedurally generated is what annoys me because real life is not something that can fit a pattern. I like handcrafted because that is literally the person's brain saying, okay, this is how I want, this is what I translate Albion or Skyrim or some other map, right? This is how I imagine it to be. And that is the canon version of it, right? And it looks more beautiful. It's not so sloppy. But they're trying to get it on everything. But where is it? Here's the team.
Oh, nice.
So the game director, Neil Sutner, Dennis. They don't get the full names, but I don't know if anyone noticed or recognizes them. Then you have Fia, who's worked on Anarchy Online. Okay, so I'm jumping ahead. He formerly directed Star Wars Battlefront. All right, so you see where you see Elder Scrolls and World of Warcraft inspired, right? But he also directed Star Wars Battlefront. Fia was a director on Anarchy Online, Star Stable, and Battlefield. She worked on every part of Wyldheart, and she says Borderlands, Star Duty, and Dungeons of the Endless. Also, I could see a little bit of a Stardew Valley in there. I saw a little bit of that in there. Man, who wrote more hours of Pax of Exile also saw it in there, but doesn't say what his background is. Kirsten is a programmer who loves playing Zelda and experience from her many years at DICE. So it's like, okay, there's that. That's actually true. Oh, here we go. John built the next week on Battlefront. Right, so you got that. Tim builds the map. He created Tatooine in Battlefront, and he loves RPGs and Swedish punk music. So you have two people that probably work together, John and Tim. So if you like Battlefront Tatooine, there's that. Or something else. Holly is the author of epic fantasy series Daughter of Fire and Sea, and she handcrafts Wyldheart stories. So there is some people here with some interesting backgrounds and experience, I should say. And they're LARPers to play D&D. So I hope they're like not like I just how you doing, Philicus? I don't think I get that too much. And to be fair, people were at the beginning, Visionary 3 before their launch trailer came out. The fact that they were former devs at Ubisoft, people were actually giving E33 a hard time in the beginning. And some of these people were the ones that are now on YouTube singing their praises about it. I won't say names because I'm pretty sure those videos were deleted, because people tend to do that because they're rage baiters. That's another good question, Shadow Warden. I don't know. But looking at their picture, they look a lot younger. Like I don't know if anyone's actually close to maybe he is. He's probably close to Karis's age.
I will throw a guess out and presume it's the later generation of Battlefronts with the most recent, especially like DICE. If you're former DICE, if you were first generation, you might be older than us at this point. Who knows? So like this team looks young enough that it was probably the second generation, which is still impressive. Like I didn't get the second generation just because like it just looks the same, but it still looks impressive.
And people are still playing it, making content clips from it. Just putting it out there. I don't care if they have leftist views or right-wing views. I care if it's a good game. And, well, they have an impressive resume. It's just a matter of do they actually say it, or do they actually apply that? Are they actual LARPer DD players / video game players, or they're just saying that because they may have played a couple hours at one point in time, and they remember playing it at that one point in time, and they haven't touched it since 3 years ago or something like that. Then I'm like, okay, it's going to show up in your work. It's going to show up.
Yeah.
But I just thought it was kind of interesting. I want to see if they don't reach monetization, what's going to happen. And here's the reason I'm bringing it up. They're not even a third of the way there. If I understand the math right, okay, they're not a third of the way there. They have a month left to go, so I'm going to keep an eye on it, right? But what I want to know is if they fail to get the money, are they still going to keep working on a game? A true developer will work on a game on a shoestring budget, day in and night out, even if they can't get any money, just because they care about the game that much to have it come out. They want to see it come out, right? Until that time period, if they don't get the money, they'll work on it themselves. Like I said, they're just going to work on it. So,
yep, I'm sending you something in private chat to bring in as a good example of someone who they've grown quite a bit of a voice. They failed their Kickstarter, but after asking some questions and thinking on it, they're still making the game. They're just making it solo because they can't afford anybody else. And I think that's a perfect place to go. Probably, but this is just something to make a comparison to of someone who wanted to have the money to be able to do what they want, and they didn't get it. And they're like, well, what do I do? And they weighed their options while playing some Resident Evil 9. And it's TJ. Yeah, TJ's a good example. I'm part of I got approved to go into what their little club group thing where they're going to give all kinds of updates out. But yeah, TJ wanted to do a co-op. He couldn't do it because he couldn't raise the 20K, but he's going to do a solo game. So it's still going to be there. This is the guy that was denied Steam capsule, his Steam entry, because he had a back butt shot of a screenshot from the character, despite Steam being a bunch of fucking hypocrites and Half-Life 2 literally having Alex Vance's ass right in front and center. So yeah, this guy got a lot of attention for that. And yeah, I hope this game does well. I think it will because TJ really wants to make this game. And it seems like it in what he talks about.
Yep. Well, that being said, we got another super chat.
Alan Jones.
Where's he at? What are we going to do? I'm not going to do the full one because I got to clip it, but
Dragon Senpai notice me. Notice my super chat. Super chat buys you a beer. Buy Dragon like something nice. Yes, it's worth the price.
There, you guys got it. You guys got me to quote it. But Alan Jones for $2 gives me a birthday cake. Thank you for your $2 birthday cake. Just like Pokemon, he said, if you don't have the money, I understand, because you're being poor and all. But if you have the money, like, you should be donating more. For your birthday, or whatever she says. There.
Yep.
I said my controversial bullshit that I actually never mean, but you know what? She said it. I'm gonna find that clip and I'm gonna make a YouTube video, a YouTube skit for that for YouTube donations.
Oh wow, yeah. I need to take the 3-minute long version of that, and I need to chop it up into reasonable segments and just send them to you, and you can pick and choose whichever one you want.
I hated that. I hated that thing so much. I actually think I deleted that. It's not in my file.
Oh wow.
My file. Let's see if it still is. But I hated that so much. But it's like, you know what? It's become a meme at this point in this channel.
Yep.
Lore now. It's that hated lore that, to be fair, it's also karma because I've done it to Sonya so many times.
Hey, I would rather have this tied to me than what I currently have tied with my lore. So it's fine.
Yeah, it's a chair. I get it. But that covers the Dragon Bytes. Now I was kind of hoping Bo would be here for this because he wanted to talk about this. So we're gonna push it back. But you know what's coming up next?
The awesome games, I would imagine.
Well, we did the awesome.
I would
games.
hope.
How about Expedition 33 getting another award?
Oh, BAFTA Games Awards. I forgot about these guys.
Yeah, I forgot about them too. I remember when everyone was talking about the BAFTA Awards last year. The what do you call themselves? The voice actors, the Actors Guild, whatever.
Yeah,
they were protesting right outside the BAFTA Awards. And I was the only one that of the people I knew that I followed and subscribed to that talked about it. I was like,
wow,
they're going on strike, and you're talking about the BAFTA Awards. Fine, I understand. No one gives a shit about the BAFTA Awards. No one gives a shit about these unions, but still, we might want to pay attention to them because, well, I was right. They were affecting video games again. But so, just gonna cover it real quick. BAFTA announces the Game Awards is coming out Friday the 17th. That's the day after I think Stop Killing Games and the EU talk together.
That's going to be a big day.
Yeah, that one I'm covering it. I'm wanting to cover it, and apparently people want me to cover that too. So we're going to be covering that one. And then right after that, you had the BAFTA Awards, right? So that's Friday 17th.
Mm-hmm.
The nominations are 12 nominations for Clair Obscur 13.
Jeez.
9 nominations for Dispatch. They threw in 8 nominations, and they're probably like the only game with a non-binary voice actress type awards to give it an award. They have to give it. Death Stranding, 7 nominations for Death Stranding on a Beach, 6 nominations for Indiana Jones in a Great Circle, which people tell me was actually pretty good. I haven't played it. 5 nominations for Arc Raiders, also a good game. People say that was a good game. I haven't played it. I'm just acknowledging that, people, word of mouth. Nominations in the Game Beyond Entertainment, The Alters, and the Roger, Citizen Sleeper, Star Wars Vector, Consumi, Desolate, and Stalker 2. I remember hearing about the Alters. There was controversy about that. Not from the anti-gay, mostly from the crazy side. Let's just put it that way. So there's the Atomfall, Ball and Pit, Battlefield 6, Blueprints, Dead Take, lots of games. Doom: The Dark Ages, Dude Awakening, Elden Ring: Night Rain, Fallout 76, Hades 2, Helldivers 2, ooh. Hitman: World of Assassination, Hollow Knight, Silksong, Is This Seat Taken, Kingdom Hearts 2, Lego Party, Lies of P, Overture, Mafia, lots of games. I'm not going to say them all. Lots of games. So they're getting 9 out of 12 nominations in performance categories, received their first BAFTA nomination. So it's Charlie Cox. I guarantee you we're going to see just like they're going to sweep.
Yeah.
Now, look, I haven't played the game. I'm going to be full transparency on this. Turn-based combat usually isn't my thing. I do like JRPGs, but usually turn-based combat games aren't my thing. However, I also know that there haven't been a lot of AAA success stories out there lately for the past 10 years. And people who don't play a lot of games, they just play AAA titles and focus on AAA titles, are going to be starving for a good game. Now, if you play double A's and indie games, you're not starving. You just know when people say there aren't good games, they're probably not really a gamer. They're more of a casual gamer. That's just that's my definition. You can get salty about all you want. That's fair. All right. But I personally believe if all you focus on AAA and you don't look for other games when you're not getting your demands meet what you want in a game, you're more likely a casual player because you're not broadening your horizons in the gaming field. When I broadened my horizons, I found so many games. All right. And to be fair, if you're a console player, you kind of only have for the longest time, you mostly only had like AAA titles until like 2000, I want to say 2012 is when indie studios like the Xbox store and stuff. So I will be fair on that, right? However, I'm going to say what Kara said at the Game Awards, and this is going to be a very safe BAFTA. I guarantee you, Clair Obscur is going to sweep BAFTA.
Oh yeah,
safest because they're losing people watching, losing people's interest, and this isn't going to address the problem that they have. But I'm predicting a lot of Expedition 33. You might see Erika Yish, the ISIS. I don't care. Look, I don't care. She can support ISIS or whatever she's supporting. What is it? Not ISIS. Antifa. To be fair, I looked on her YouTube thing, right? I saw this, right? Like, I support Antifa or I am Antifa. Most of these people are idiots. They don't look into Antifa. They don't see anything that's beyond the news. I'm not trying to defend her or anything. I'm just saying I'm trying to be objective here and fair. She hasn't gone. I haven't seen. Feel free to give me an X tweet, whatever. I will literally admit when I'm wrong. But when I looked at her thing, I don't see her attacking gamers too much. Do I think that she's overly
overzealous
or overtly pedestaled, like people praise her too much? Yes, I do. I believe that very much. I believe that she's not a good fit for a lot of things. But at the same time, there are people that had problems with games that were woke, but were willing to have a conversation. I'm not saying she's one of them, but I'm saying I don't think she's going. She got nominated for Ghost of Yōtei. I don't know if she's going to be actually winning the whole board compared to Expedition 33. But I'm not going to say it's. I'm just not going to say it's because of politics. You know, I think it's more of check the boxes, which you could argue is politics, sure. But I think people are noticing the drama war, the culture war. No one cares about anymore. I could be wrong, but no one cares about it. The only ones that care about is wanting confirmation bias. That's why most of my viewers that watch my videos, though, you can tell because the ones that are confirmation bias, when they watch my videos and realize I'm not confirming their bias, they go and attack me and blow my channel up. And the ones that want to learn something, they'll like it. Maybe they might say something, maybe not, and move on. You know, they learn something. I get more subscribers that way. But either way, I've learned that I get more views and subscribers when I don't do culture war stuff, unless it's like a deep dive. Like here's the facts, like that's it. But so I don't know if she's gonna get a lot of awards. I think she might get one or two.
That's what I think is gonna happen. She's gonna win awards, obviously. I think everyone's gonna win a few awards, but CO is going to pull another Titanic, just like I did before. Which, oddly enough, like I hadn't actually really paid attention to Expedition 33 until a handful of Final Fantasy players or like streamers started comparing it favorably to Final Fantasy. Now, as someone who has played Final Fantasy, specifically like 7, 8, and 9, I thought, oh, I see what they're talking about now. And you mentioned turn-based, like this is a turn-based that they've been wanting for a while but didn't get. Maybe with there's a lot of middling
Pokemon in Power World with Pokemon.
Yeah. Yeah.
AA/triple indie. Hey, give me a second. I gotta check out my son, make sure he takes his medicine. It's a breathalyzer thing, so I have to put the medicine in the thing. So can you hold down the fort until I get back?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And self-plug by Raid Shadow. No, we're not doing that. But no, I definitely wanted to compliment Expedition 33 for doing what a bunch of people didn't really think was possible. Like Vistra said before, people really shit on the developers for being former Ubisoft. And I didn't really know what to think because, well, I don't really have faith in Ubisoft anymore. But I thought, okay, these are former people who are trying to do something different. This could be interesting. But what does Vistra have here? Oh, he's talking about their nomination, 42 outstanding games. The highlights are very best of the global games industry. Here's a nomination reflects the industry reshaping itself. And it's a lot of legal stuff in here. Words, including nominations. Yeah, we kind of talked about that already. Art, audio, design, technical disciplines. Yeah, this is an award show that I would say I'm not big on award shows, but something like this could be pretty significant. Like the Game Awards, I've never taken serious, and even having watched the whole thing, I take it even less serious. Doolittle dance. Not in this setup. No boy. There's a lot of a mess around, which normally isn't here. So no, I can't really do a little dance. And also if I stand up, like my neck's going to be cut off. But no, I would definitely like to watch this one and see who's going to win what. Never take any of them that serious. Oh, exactly. I've learned to operate under the mindset of if an award is given to a game that I approve of, I find that as a compliment to what the developers have already done. But for people to full on just require it is needed. You have to check that box or else I am personally offended. People were upset, and I do mean people, like the Twitter sphere. I'm never calling it X. People on Twitter were upset that, I just had it in my, damn it, I'm an idiot. What's the one that I did that, it's the boobs and butt game that everyone was absolutely raving about. I just had it in my brain. I have to go back through my streams and look at it. They wanted it to be game of the year. Hang on, dismiss, go away. I'm not thinking about it right now, so it's not in my brain. It's one that has a lot of like cleavage shots, but the people were upset that did not get recommended for Game of the Year. Stellar Blade. There was this two words that I couldn't think of very well. Like people were upset that Stellar Blade didn't get Game of the Year, and I thought so I played Stellar Blade. I did not care for the controls of it. It was very clunky. The graphics were okay, but I thought, what is it about this that needs to be Game of the Year to justify your love for it? What is wrong with just loving the game as it is? Like again, let's tap my microphone because I'm professional. Again, like a BAFTA, like yes, it's going to compliment Expedition. We know Expedition 33 is good. Like I'm willing to say it is turning into something that is objectively good. Like you'll have a much more interesting time trying to find what's wrong with the game than what's right with the game. Like you can find plenty of what's right with the game. Go look for something that's wrong with the game and you'll have an interesting video there. Yeah. Like Expedition 33 is like the Blade Runner of the games industry currently. And I make that comparison a lot because Blade Runner is an objectively good movie. You can't really find something that is a current day that is Blade Runner easily. So for Expedition 33 to get just showered with even more awards, it's like, when Half-Life got like 100 fucking awards 20 years ago, when it got like 25 awards, it's like, okay, this is cool. When it got the 100th award, everyone was like, all right, like, we get it. This game is objectively good kind of thing.
Will say, if they don't give it an award, reviewer will go say, BAFTA refused to give Expedition 33 awards because it was such a great game. This is why the woke fail every time. This is why you should watch my channel, like, and subscribe. Prove me wrong, ladies and gentlemen. Prove me wrong.
And clipped. Yeah, if this game, like, this is one of those extreme things where if BAFTA gave 0 awards to E33, you might raise some eyebrows. You might actually, like, was this a marketing stunt? Like, what was it? The Indie Game Awards? That was absolute shit show. That was that I called as being a marketing strategy. It's like, we're taking away the award for us. Like,
you and I follow indie games. We didn't even hear I worked in indie games, and I didn't even hear the award show.
Yeah, I had to look up this fucking organization and find out this isn't really a legit thing, and that this was just a marketing strategy to try and gain traction. And it gained traction, all right. Oh, it absolutely fucking did. But the only like real shit show is if it got nothing, which roll the dice, even 1% is not. If it wins only one award, you might raise an eyebrow, but people are gonna be like, whatever. Yeah. I think it's gonna win at least half the awards it's nominated for.
Yeah,
and it's like, okay, that's fine.
I haven't decided if I'll cover about the awards when it comes out. I don't know. Just because I know it's going to be Expedition 33, and when you know what the awards are going to be, you kind of don't want to. Like, I'm tired of hearing Expedition 33 winning awards, but it's not because I hate the game or anything. It's just it's winning everything, and it's telling about the game industry. Is that there's no good games out? Well, I hate saying that. Not really that there's no good games out there. It's just there's no good AAA games that have been producing the level of quality a AA studio or even indie studio has.
The award shows don't think they need to try. They don't want to try and branch out and find other interesting stuff. It's like, oh, everyone's talking about this. Let's follow the trend and give this one award so we're cool as well. Which, yeah, for business purpose, that works. But if you're trying to stand out, find some other shit as well.
And to be fair, they were also a lot of these awards were also pushing the DEI right in the past. So now they're pushing something, which is going to what I'm saying. If they don't acknowledge Expedition 33, they're fucked. If they do acknowledge Expedition 33, everyone knows it's because it's safe. Because they haven't done any to look at other games that came out. That's my issue that I have with this right now. This is why I kind of stepped out of the culture war, because I was talking with Sonia about it last night on her thing, and she did say enough when we talked about stays on the server. So the stuff that she wants me to not talk about, I'm leaving at that. So I know, Sonia, you're looking in the chat. I know you're doing that. Don't worry, I'm not going to mention those things. But we talked about how every content creator, and I said I want to talk about this one day on Dragoncast. I just don't know how to do so. So I don't know how to put into words what I'm seeing. Is a lot of content creators were focused on the culture war for so long, yet no one focused on the indie. And now, like Karis, you were showing it before I knew you existed. I was trying to showcase it with little videos of niche gamer articles and stuff, because I didn't know how I was going to do my channel. I'm still trying to figure out how to do it. I thought deep dives are my thing, but I still want to give shout outs. That's why we do the Dragon Bytes, right? I still want to shout, indie games that don't have the marketing budget to promote themselves. They rely on word of mouth.
Yeah.
So we had those Dragon Bytes that turned to YouTube Shorts, great advertising, right? But because they didn't, now they're doing it because people are saying, well, why don't you post something positive? Why don't you show us a really good game? I've been saying that since 2022, before I started streaming. It's people are tired of culture. It's like, okay, if we're gonna be the game journalists, right? I hate saying that, but we're the new next generation of it, right? Let's just say we are. Let's just accept that destiny is probably being put on us.
Probably.
We need to stop saying we need to stop being like the game journalists and saying, well, this game is woke and this is why Biden lost his presidency. This is the same thing as TikTok is saying. This game this game is about this, and it has imperialism asterisks, and that's why Trump is bad. Okay, what does Trump have to do with the video game? What does Biden have to do with the video game? What is any if there's woke elements? Yeah, go ahead and talk about why people don't like it and why people have a problem with it. Sure, talk about it, but don't make that your bread and butter. You need to find other things.
Yeah.
Yes, I get it. If it's not controversial, if it's not negative Nancy, it's not going to sell well. But people do want positive reviews. People want to understand. Like, that's why I do my deep dives. When we talked about Ashes of Creation, for example, I was like, what are we not knowing? What are we not hearing? There's two sides to I remember the old wisdoms of Based Out Save. Like, there's two sides of a story. Different different wisdoms, low-hanging fruit, all that stuff. And I was like, what are we not knowing? I apply to stuff that political types will say, but never do.
Yeah.
And well, this is why BAFTA Awards usually don't interest me. But since I know some people might be interested in knowing about the BAFTA Awards, we talk about it. I thought we were going to have a full panel, because I thought at least Dash would talk about it, because he's big on the cultural war. But no, so yeah. But they're also having one thing I found is they're having a what's her name? Oh fuck! A streamer is going to be hosting it.
They haven't said who.
Get the news on that one. They said who. I just got to see. I thought I had it in there. Okay, here I found it.
As long as it's not Jimmy.
Els.
Named who?
Here we go. Els to host the 2006 BAFTA Game Awards. That's her. All right.
Okay.
She's not bad looking, right?
Never heard of her, but okay.
Yeah, I've never heard of her either. She's built a massive even though we never heard of her, she's built a massive global following, reaching millions of players on YouTube and social media platforms. So let's see. They have a link. Let's go look real quick. Els the Witch. That's her. Still never heard of her. She's got 228 subscribers. Let's see her videos. Oh, so she's like Preston Plays or Mr. Beats type streamer.
Kind of, yeah.
I've never had this.
We are definitely not the demographic that YouTube decided to send any of her videos to, despite being in the gaming sphere, which shows that the algorithm has preferences.
Well, yeah. Well, see, what's funny is my son gets all the Preston Plays videos, and so I'll get a Preston Play video on my account or another YouTuber he likes, which does these type of things. Mm-hmm. But I don't know if she's a gamer per se. I don't know what to call this demographic.
This is probably closer to
it's not straight up gaming. It's usually weird.
It's casual. It's more geared towards casual.
Yeah.
Which I have to say, I'm not saying casual as a derogatory. Casual gets a lot of shit from the diehards as like, they're not real gamers. I do casual games, okay? I acknowledge that I do casual games, but I also do serious games. This is someone who exclusively caters to the casual scene.
Yeah. So, okay, she did play Clair Obscur. So let's see. Videos. She streamed 3 days ago.
So she's been around a while.
Streamer. Any videos? Maybe it's because she's been around a while. I like to when I just if a person's a gamer, it's usually what is their content like. Recent broadcast. So she played that probably because of the Game Awards. To be fair, all right. 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 5 days ago. She said this is probably in preparation of she's doing her homework for the awards. This is what I'm thinking of that.
Probably, yeah.
She talks about stuff. It looks like she does just chatting. a lot. So she does have gaming streams. So like, okay, she does have gaming streams.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I looked up. I've never heard of her, but I don't think she's a gamer type gamer.
She's not a
I
nerd.
could be wrong.
That's probably the more correct attribute. She's not a nerd. Which
I think
there's nothing wrong with that.
She's a casual gamer.
Yeah.
Like, there are people who play games as a pastime, like watching TV.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's people who, to me, our hobby, our obsession, our entire culture,
our way of life.
Yeah. I am one with the game, and the game is one with me. That's us.
I'm going to reach through and smash you for quoting that film. No, there's people that are in this scene. There's Cozy K, which I believe she's a lawyer that Hotaru follows, but she does have a gaming aspect to her her brand, and she focuses more on like, relaxing at the end of the day. She talks about meditation, more about the mental de-stressing, while also having the gaming aspect. It's like, okay, the Els the Witch would probably be associated with this person, and that's fine. It's not who's the woman that you have in your intro that we've kind of just like outed as being a fake gamer?
Melanie Mac, the butter eater.
Melanie Mac. She doesn't seem like a Melanie Mac. Like Melanie Mac's the extreme of like, you can sniff bullshit from a mile away kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's people still say, I think she's the gamer. She just lost her. It's like, no. If we can't excuse her just because she's in one side of the tribe that we agree with. Mm-hmm. If we're gonna call a spade is a spade. Like she went with wherever the winds meet. She went. She decided to go with this one group of people, which kind of exposed herself as what she was. Mm-hmm. That could be wrong. I mean, people say, well, she'd probably beat your ass in a video game. You know what? I guarantee you a lot of people can. Scaly beat my ass in Halo. And Scaly, to be fair.
Scaly is Scaly.
Yeah, let's just put it that way. Ginger beat my ass in Halo too as well. But to be fair, I'm also could fit that meme that they show on those YouTube shorts. When your one gamer friend finally has better internet connection and he's just dropping all the weights and all of a sudden he's like super powerful.
Yeah,
there is that. Or it could just be I'll just die faster.
No, I think else is fine.
That's the best of words. Yeah. Elsa? Where's that at?
Elsa, I don't know. I was just looking at Els the Witch. Yeah. Els the Witch seems fine.
I mean, yeah, if you're looking at her rack, yeah, I guess she is fine, which I'm going to have to tell her hard about that, I hate to be in your shoes tonight. Oh, you mean fine as in she's okay? Yeah. Well, to be fair, I do think she's I don't expect like. Well, let's put it this way. I don't expect
it's not Pope Dorito.
It's not Pope Dorito, and I don't expect them to choose someone that's more towards gamer. Like maybe Markiplier would have been a good choice, I would say, but
this makes me think of like, okay, they went with Els the Witch. I want to see the list of people that they reached out to. And like, oh, did they try reaching the Markiplier, Mr. Beast, Jacksepticeye, PewDiePie? Did they try just like anyone? Like they would have tried like a 20-person list, and Els the Witch is the only one who said like I would like to see that kind of list. Like, obviously Markiplier's not making Iron Lung anymore, but he's still dealing with like the physical production. So he might have had time to come and do a speech or something, or maybe do a speech and presentation, not host the thing. Obviously, that would have been cool to see.
I still think that when we looking into it, it's like, this is a safe choice.
Yeah,
you get people that are the more casual types that would probably know who she is, right? She has 2,200K subscribers. Fairly decent, not really big, not big. She has a gaming stream, so some gamers might know of her. She does some casual, cozy stuff, so people know her from that. So there is that. But I didn't, because to be fair, if they got someone that was pure gaming, nothing but gaming, all about gaming, regardless if they're culture warrior or not, they're not going to get nothing but just the gamer graphics, which is what you want if you think about it. But since they want the views, they want to branch out, right? Like,
yeah, this kind of makes me think, oh, what if they got cult classic gaming, cult classic Cage, like there's someone who's a
sorry,
yeah,
Cass, you're like I'm not gonna lie, I love you like a sister, I respect you a lot, but compared to someone like Els, you're like a force, and the beauty standard right there is not gonna make it, because she's a tomboyish, she's a very tomboyish character. She is a gamer, which would fit the demographic, but Els is, to be fair, has that broader audience reach, not modern, broader.
Cass could hold her own. Like, she could throw jokes at, like, I've watched Cass's streams. She can throw all kinds of jokes and references, but from a optics standpoint, I know the business producer mindset, the sexist part of my brain that would say, yeah, I see why they got Els the Witch. Yeah. It would be cool if they had Cass.
They could have tried Vera Dark, but Vera Dark, well, she would have the looks, to be perfectly honest, right?
She's less gamer.
She's less gamer, and kind of like she's probably Els the Witch standard, but I haven't watched Els the Witch. To be fair, we haven't heard of her. We just looked at her, page, right, just to see, what's going on. But to be fair, Vera Dark also has a very pretentious sounding voice. Like she's talking through her nose.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. And someone in a suit would probably say no to that. Cass would totally get a fucking Pepsi dress just to troll.
Yes, I'm pretty sure she would. But no, moving. I think we covered the BAFTA Awards pretty well. Bo says he couldn't make it. He had some family issues, so we're gonna go this without him, because he says sorry I couldn't make it. Didn't even bother wishing me happy birthday. On he did it in DC, but he didn't have the balls to do it to admit he's associated with me in chat. So there's that. But
just burn him later.
No, I'm not gonna burn them. So Starfeild. Now, the reason why I want to put this out here is because did SBI work on Starfeild? Yes, there's evidence of that. Did Starfeild have some shitty bugs and stuff? And they said that they didn't have a problem with your PC, and their last update was recently when they said that they had no problems. Yes, I mean they have another update coming out, which is going to have more bug fixes, sure. But there are some parts of Starfeild that's actually pretty good, like the shipbuilding system. I like the shipbuilding system. The planets are empty, sure, but from hearing, they're not so much now. They've actually
so was No Man's Sky.
Yeah, No Man's Sky was another issue. That one is bad. What are you talking about? I always fart dust. I mean, that's what happens when you sleep in a cave naked. Fun fact: I'm the only YouTuber and former Twitch streamer and streamer on X and streamer on Rumble, because we're on those platforms as well, right? And Kick, that is a VTuber who streams butt naked.
That's something I just learned.
Yeah, well, think about it. Look,
that's true.
See any clothes on me?
No, and you know what? I've seen the full model.
Yep.
So.
Yep. I'm just bouncing out there for everyone else.
Grundle and all, thigh gap and all.
Yeah. Now the model actually, the modeler actually asked me if I wanted to have genitalia. It's like, I'm going to be a VTuber on a public streaming platform. And it's like, yeah, and I was like, why would I want that? That would get me banned automatically. I would not be surprised if I got big, just to be fair. To to be fair to Philip Morgan, I would not be surprised. I actually seen someone did fan art of me a while back, and it was kind of disturbing. But I would not be surprised if I got big if people actually did have Rule 34 of me, because Rule 34, if it's on the internet, there is corn of it.
There is Rule 34 of this motherfucker right here. So yeah, I believe it.
Yeah. Yep. Memory leak. Yeah, that's another thing we should cover sometime, to memory leak. But I always have it backwards when it comes to Rumble. For Rumble, for me, I have more issues on Rumble than I do with YouTube, which is weird. I mean, that's another reason why I stopped doing the Rumble Studio. I mean, other than I didn't like their partner program. Oh my God! Yeah, let's not go there with Dash. I've seen some of it. He actually encourages or creates himself. Let's just put that out there.
I've seen some as well, and I kind of wish I hadn't.
Wolf. There you go.
Hey, Skytex.
Anyway, so we're going to cover the Starfeild updates, freelance updates, because people are still playing it. Bo's still playing it. He enjoys it. It is, to be fair, when some people talk about the bugs, like, to be fair, I'm like, to be fair, it's a Bethesda game. You get mods to fix the updates. I understand that you don't want it to be a thing. I get it. I'm not saying that we're excusing it. I'm just saying that's the reputation. So when you say it has bugs, you need to be more specific. Oh, are you talking about more bugs than usual? Yes. Okay. Are you talking about how the characters look ugly as fuck? Have you seen Skyrim? Have you seen Oblivion? Have you seen Morrowind? Let's not get started on Fallout.
Have you seen Mass Effect?
Yeah, the original Mass Effect. Not
yeah.
Ashley Williams, I think it's her name, right? Ashley Williams.
Yep.
In the original, looked ugly. There's a meme of it shows where in the original with the guy eating cereal and like saying like how ugly she looks, and then it shows her in the third one, and he's spitting his cereal out because how hot she looks.
Yeah, they really updated Ash for the third one.
And
they learned their lesson.
Remember, is canon since Mass Effect 1 is canon. She's a woman of God. She's a Christian. She actually will tell you that in the.
That is true. So if you go poking around,
and you can that gives you a chance to make Shepard a Christian, atheist, or whatever. Like you get the option to do that yourself. But in the canon story, she is Christian, which tells you Christianity is canon in the world of Mass Effect,
which I found interesting. Usually they tend to stay impartial to that, but digging through, going and exploring the ship and talking with Ash is like, oh, they actually put that there. That's cool. I
actually had a little respect for the devs on that one. It's like they distastefully and they didn't like force it upon you or not. They have a Christian character. I would like to see more of that. Not like preach the Bible, but like acknowledge that there's like Christianity, not because like now they'll do it if there's Muslims or something like that, and that's rare. But still, just because you acknowledge Christianity religion exists does not mean that you're a Christian game. It just means that you acknowledge that's a thing people believe in, which is what I have respect for. But anyways, I forget what we were going with that one. Oh yeah, the hot Ashley. Anyways, Starfeild has revealed new details and video footage for a ton of new features coming to its Free Lanes update, which has its Space Exploration Action RPGs April 7th. So 3 days from now. Free Lane. This is why I was hoping Bo was going to be on here, but it happens. Free Lanes will bring a lot of new elements. Stars that players that renew Crescent since its initial release in September 2023. So are they going to fix all the ugly characters and bugs? Oh, not that. Okay, all right. But they won't have to wait very long to dive into fresh content. The Free Lanes update for Starfeild was announced on the 17th of March, alongside news of the 4-pay Terran Armada story content expansion. 4-pay. Do they mean DLC?
That's what that sounds like.
So why not just say DLC? Well, Terran
that was a mark.
On a powerfully robot. Well, Terra Armada will focus on the powerful new robotic threat and be filled with large-scale missions. Freelance will also add some new points of interest to planetary maps, alongside a bunch of features that will make life on board starships feel more natural and realistic. Oh, that actually I would like to see. Like I said, I like the starships. So let's see it.
2 seconds in and already circle of death.
Yeah. So,
The ships do look really impressive.
we'll try looking at it real quick. Freelance updates. Hope we're not talking about. Autopilot's nice.
Yeah, I was noticing that too.
I will say the character design could be used some improvements. So that face looks like, I don't know how to describe that. We're getting some FPS lag in there. So, oh well. I gotta figure out what's causing that. I don't know what's causing that. It should not be happening.
We'll have to do some tests sometime.
Just if, yeah, I'll have to figure that out. But anyways, just a few days ahead of the update's launch, the team at Bethesda have given players a sneak peek at free via new trailer, blah, blah. One of the most requested features players have been asking is the ability to free travel through space. That's actually a point to make because No Man's Sky has that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can do the autopilot thing and you get out and do your like crafting or whatever. One time I actually decided to see if I could do all that and then jump out of my ship, and I could, so I did. And think about what would happen next. Like, I didn't realize you could call your ship back. I was like, oh shit, I'm floating dead in space. And I ended up managing to survive up to orbit of a planet. And I was like, yes, but I did not use my jump pack properly. I ended up dying on the surface.
Oh, damn.
And I told one of my buddies about it. He's like, dude, you do realize you could have called your ship back. I was like, wait, what? Like, I can
That's
call
nice.
it back. Yeah, like I even thought it was virus, but I didn't see any of that. I think it's because I'm on Wi-Fi. I think that's the main issue now because I upgraded a lot of stuff. But we'll see. We'll figure it out. If everything goes well, I will be getting Google Fiber and testing it out.
Nice.
One of the most requested features players have is the ability to free travel. We talked about that. Or of gradual jumping between planets to be less engaging than soaring at high speed at different solar systems. New footage from Freelance shows what players first hope to see, as the ship can be seen in new cruise mode, zooming to pass multiple planets at light speed. In autopilot mode, allowing to plot a course to specific points in the galaxy while spending free time roaming around about their ships and their journeys. Maybe internet by interdictions, combat events. I actually wanted that. That's one thing I wanted in Starfield. I almost said Stargate. I want a Stargate game though. SU1. I want an SU1 Stargate game.
I've been wanting one for 20 years. It's not going to happen.
Like they could do the jump space style mechanics, but instead of a ship, you're just squad of 4 jump spacing through the jump gate at different areas to get resources or whatever. Maybe you're in an experimental Stargate base, right? That was off planet Earth, but you lost connection to Earth, so you have to survive the Goa'uld or whatever for resources, interact with other people, and hopefully finding a way to dial Earth again.
That sounds great. That actually was a plot point in one of the episodes. They called it Alpha Site because they thought Earth was going to be blown up by either the Ori or the Goa'uld. And so they sent like 12 to 24 people off to some remote place they just called Alpha Site. And they said, big old speech that Hammond made. And it was like, holy shit, as the gate turns up, like that would have been a great plot point to make a game. You're in the universe of it. You know of SG-1, but you've been cut off by the rest of society.
So you have to do your own thing. And you can make your own rules. Make your own rules,
Yeah.
Get your own society. You know, kind of you could create it like a Fallout 4 vault.
Yeah, that would have been great.
Have a clone of Gary's. You could have a harem. You could have done anything you wanted. I'm just putting that out there. Me personally, I would have gone for a full blown mad with power dictator. I would have. I just would have for my game, not in real life, but like in the game, I would have been. Yeah, we're all going to do this because you're just an experiment to me now because you're not real human lives.
Brad Wright, executive producer. There you go. Yeah. There's a plot point.
But so the ship authorization terminal give players more in-depth ways to adjust, maximize power flow in ship's weapons, shields, blah blah. Additionally, Freelance will add some upgrades to bases, including the ability to distribute resources more easily through shared containers, and will add a special orbital mansion in the form of asteroid manor. Oh, that's kind of nice. Adopt a pet. I don't know if they had pets before. I don't remember. But you can adopt a pet. New X-Tech resource. Okay. Install the ship optimization terminal. Players should also expect upgrades to their collection of handheld weapons. That's the X-Tech. In-game research allows people to reroll legendary effects on equipment, not just their gear, but also ship systems beyond their previous capabilities. Oh, that's kind of cool. Taking a page out of the Fallout Universe's handbook, players will also get to collect action figures. Oh, why didn't they do that in our first? I actually enjoyed that part about Fallout. Is when you find the bobbleheads.
Huh.
I actually enjoyed that. And that was transferred to Unity for better new game plus starts. Now, here's the thing I'll say: the character space looks ugly. I get it. All right, I will grant that.
I think that's a filter, though.
For that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's partly as a filter, but there are mods for this. Right, you can get mods, and yeah, Starfeild mods aren't that strong, but I started noticing slowly they're starting to come back. I hope it stays in. You know, but it seems like Bethesda's starting to realize the more independent mods are keeping their games alive. So I think they're starting to open the hood on that one. Because remember, they did not release the creation engine for Starfeild for a while, longer than usual. And they started realizing Starfeild and other games were starting to we're done. We're just done with this. So they're starting to do that. So we'll see what happens. But continuing on, although they haven't confirmed for Freelance, a collection of unique companions will be added to Starfeild through Terran Armada. You know what? Reading all this, I might actually start a live stream of Starfeild unmodded.
I'd watch that.
Yeah, I haven't played that game for a while. I've been having an itch to play a modded Skyrim. I have over 2,000 hours on that game, combined between console, old RIM, and special edition.
Damn.
I don't play the anniversary. Fuck that. Fuck the anniversary. The survival mods are better than the anniversary edition one.
Wow.
So, although they haven't been confirmed, freelance unique companions will be added to Starfeild through Return Armada, giving players more options when choosing a crew to sail for the galaxy. One character in particular seems to have now leaked through the new freelance trailer. Whether should be recruitable without Terran Armada remains to be seen. Players should become enamored with Sass Mouth Goth NPC Maria. I guess that's who she is. She's a goth mommy, I guess. Maria Sarkis. Okay. She applies up for a job at Galbank. Well, she's not a goth mommy then. Goths would not work at a bank.
No. At least I don't think so. They wouldn't hire them because they're not cosmetically appealing to customers.
Yeah. And it's either that or they'd have to keep the goth part secret, which I'm just saying the ideology behind the culture of goth, they would not work at a bank. Not because they're socialist or anything. They just see them as the same thing as corporation, which
they are kind of
a lie. Yeah, it's like where's the lie? So, as the trailer appears to show her chatting it with the player character on board a ship, talking about her passion for her previous job working in a morgue. See, now that's goth. I could see that. You know, oh, that would be kind of cool. I know Bethesda won't do it, but someone needs to make a ship component where you have a morgue in your ship just for her.
I was just going to say we need Abby from NCIS as a playable character.
Yes. That's another one. I had a crush on her too when I back in the day.
I think we all did. And then we found out she was actually a forensics examiner of sorts. It's like, even better.
Even better, yeah. But anyways, additionally, players will get pet to form the mini whale, an adorable palm-sized 8-legged alien that we saw earlier right there. But yeah, that's the whole thing. We're not going to do too much on it. I know this is a Gamer Rank article. I get it. I know that they're always going to say 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10. Yeah, see, look, 10 out of 10.
Nice.
Obviously, they're always going to say 10 out of 10, right? But they talk positive about this. This is one thing I noticed that people, when they actually read the articles, especially like with the Grail of Avalon and some other ones,
Mm-hmm.
you know what? Skytix, you're right. They should also make a mod module for you to have a harem module on your ship. I mean, that way you can play. Oh, I don't know. Starfire, not Starfire. I just pulled a brain fart because he bunked me in the head. What's that one? Something Fire. The TV series.
Oh, a TV series, something fire?
Or was it Starfly?
Firefly.
Firefly, thank you. I knew it was something. I knew I got it, something like that. Firefly. You can play Firefly because there was a Lady of the Night on the ship with her own section of the ship for her work. So you could technically make Starfield into Firefly. Or
You
Firefield.
could. Firefield. Speaking of which, Firefly is coming back, right?
Yes, I heard about that. I hope it's gonna be good. You posted a mod list. Was this for Starfield?
This is the only thing that would convince me to get Starfield is the Star Wars Genesis mod.
We covered this. I was going to do it, and then my granddad died, so I couldn't do it. But yes, the Genesis Star. So there's actually playthroughs. Someone actually did playthroughs of this already. But
I haven't watched very much because I don't want to be spoiled from it.
You should totally get it. You know what? When's your birthday?
I'll tell you off stream.
You can just text me that later.
Yep.
Yeah. Because I'll tell you what. I will put when your birthday comes up, I will definitely save the date. I will totally gift you the game on your birthday. So that way you didn't say you paid for it. And then you're going to have this mod list and you're going to stream on your free time, obviously, because you work, unlike me, you work for the government, so you're a slave of the government. You gotta take the federal willy whenever it calls you for a side thing.
It does.
But you should definitely play this game, and I will just sit there and watch you and just call you all kinds of names about being a fake gamer because you're playing a woke game.
Yep, and I will take it because it will be engagement, which YouTube likes.
Yeah, that's another thing. Why haven't you played Crimson Desert and built your cat army yet?
I haven't played much of anything because I didn't have a proper setup in Texas, and I was pissed off for 3 weeks. So now that I'm home, I got a lot to catch up on. But I should look into that.
Yeah, I like playing that game. I just haven't played it for a while, and for me, I noticed playing it offline I'm good at, but when I stream it, I get kind of the same frame rates that we're seeing when I'm doing Dragoncast.
We really need to do some troubleshooting and see what's going on. Like
it shouldn't be like that with my setup. It's like I can't find anything wrong. What I'm thinking about doing, and I'm going to hate my life for doing it, but this time I'm going to put all my passwords written down on paper and pen, and then do a full-blown factory reset of everything. That should help me find any Trojans or anything I got to do. Factory reset should wipe everything out, in theory.
Maybe.
Then put everything back on. So if there's a hidden Trojan that my stuff didn't find, that should do it. In theory.
Maybe. It's worth trying. It's worth exploring.
Yep. And out with the old and with the new, because we talked about something good about AAA. We showed you a lot of upcoming games. And that reminds me. Deadman asked me to ask you if you're doing Halo again.
Yes. Next week, probably next Friday, because I'm going to be home all next week. And so I want to get a bunch of people together for Halo again. So, yes, it will definitely happen.
Yep. But are you sure about that? You sure you want to support Halo after what it's been doing?
Oh, what is it doing?
This came out. I was watching a video of Dr. Disaster. I was like, you know what? Couldn't hurt to talk about this. Now, nothing's been confirmed. Okay. It's still he said, she said, but kind of exposing a lot about a lot of behind the scenes about Halo that are we really surprised about?
Probably not.
So Halo Studios in trouble again after a disgruntled veteran hints at ethics issues. And no, they're not talking about, support to troops. They're not talking about that kind of veteran. But let's get on to who's being bitched about today. So despite a name change and a switch to a new engine, the future of Halo Studios has been brought into question after a high-profile exit. Halo always used to be a tentpole franchise of Xbox, basically Xbox owned Mario. But ever since the IP swapped hands from Bungie to 343 Industries, its prestige has gradually faded away. Who could have told them that was a bad idea in the first place? I don't think it was gamers. I don't think fans of Halo would have told them that. No way. I'm pretty sure we did. Anyway, I'm pretty sure. I am 100% sure. Like, don't do that. Don't give it to Microsoft. You can have, but that's Microsoft's flagship title for his Xbox Series, but don't give Microsoft. Like we knew it was not a good idea. 343 has made some promising Halo games, but most recently 2021's Halo Infinite. Would we really say Halo Infinite? Is that just like re-releasing the games? Isn't that what the Halo Infinite is just like a release of everything?
Yeah, there was the Master Chief Collection, but looking through Infinite, like, I didn't see anything that stood out to me as like, wow, this is groundbreaking.
Okay, hold on. Announced back in 2019 with low expectation for what it was intended to do, the game became a laughing stock in its first gameplay reveal. Its first gameplay reveal was a laughing stock. Hey, 343 Industries has made some promising Halo games.
One of these things is not like the other.
One of these things is a lie.
One of these is a lie, yeah.
This is why I'm glad they linked their sources. Right? I'm glad. And this is why because most people don't click these sources. It's there to cover their ass. But when you read it, you're like, the game became a laughing stock in its first gameplay reveal. Maybe there's something down here that defends it. Sure. I'm not going to read this whole thing because, we're streaming. But if I was offline, I would. I'm not going to read all this. Just like I don't expect people to watch my entire video. But then when they say something stupid that I actually address in the video, I'm like, someone didn't watch the video. Uh-oh, spaghettios. Anyways, the studio has been hit with layoffs and staff exits since then. The studio has been hit with layoffs and staff exits since then. But grammar. Come on, you get paid for this. But things took an optimistic turn when 343 rebranded as Halo Studios and announced a shift to Unreal Engine 5. I'm pretty sure both of us said that was a bad idea.
What was it on before? I'm looking it up.
Yeah, I know. I hear the typing.
Havoc and Blam. Mm-hmm. Modified version of Blam. Yeah. Okay.
Well, still was pretty good. I don't think in Unreal Engine 5 was a good idea. I'm getting tired of everything going to Unreal Engine 5.
Why 5? 4's fine.
4 is the best. 5, like we talked about it with like Final Fantasy. They said the reason why the reason why Square Enix was not going to Unreal Engine 5 is because the only thing on there was Lumen, basically. That was more movie directed, cinematic. Halo 4 does everything they wanted for a game, right? Everyone's going to that because Jeff Keighley likes his cinematic, and everyone wants to be on a video game awards if you're AAA. That they are just trained for that. They don't want to go branch out and do something else. So if the Doritos post says every game has to be cinematic, and then their PR guys are saying everybody is not into this archaic expression of the only 2 genders. We need to like have like an acknowledgement of like the 500,000 genders. They're going to go for that, and then they're going to wonder where their money's going for away. And then the ones that said that judge service, they're like, oh no, that you got to understand the social trends. People just like to hate on this stuff. Like they just like to hate. But if you really look at the numbers, we are actually doing very well. Like even the game journalists say so as well. Forgetting the fact that we paid them to say that.
I just had a thought, like you mentioned the 500,000 genders. I was like, I need to go to ChatGPT and have it invent 500,000 genders. It would shut me down and hate me and never talk to me again.
Yeah. Actually, I bullshitted ChatGPT. I made it think that dragon was my gender.
Nice.
It did a long-winded, I apologize, and how the OpenAI policy is accepting of everyone's race, creed, religion, and gender, including dragon. I was like, no, you not only assumed my gender, you said it wrong. It's dragon dick. My gender is dragon dick. I managed to get it to say dick. I was like, yes.
Good times.
Yeah. I mean, that's just a typical gamer mentality on my end. I mean, you can say troll, but I was like, do you really think about it? Gamers are trolls? We really are. It's like we try to see if we can break the game. Because we're like, what can we do in this game? And once we can do it, we're like, oh, okay, then we move on. Like we can do this in the game. Then it gets boring, we can move on. But
yeah,
like defeating an entire Dark Souls game with nothing but poo.
Talent.
Talent. I want to see the guy that's known for just wearing a pot on his head and no body armor. The guy that's in his underwear with a pot on his head on Elden Ring. I forget his name. He just fights like that. I want to see him do that with poo. He's already running around naked with a pot on his head, so he's already looking like a mental case. He might as well just add poo.
That's his character name, Mental Case.
Yeah. I can't remember his actual name, but people who play Elden Ring will probably know him. But anyways, moving on.
We totally like lost our minds when we saw Unreal Engine 5. We're both just like, shows how much we don't like the engine.
Yeah, I don't like endings under the hood. Did I tell you about it?
You've told me quite a bit. You've looked at the code and you've looked at how a lot of the stuff works and how it intertwines, and everything I hear just tells me no.
I tell people 4.26 is your best bet. 4.27, you start seeing the texture streamings. I think they have Lumen on 4.27. I can't remember. But I do know the texture streamings and a lot of the changes I didn't like started at 4.27. So that was the last one. It's either that one. I can't remember if there's a 4.28. But 4.27 was one of the last updates before they went to 5. And 5, that's where they changed the code. And where you see a lot of the, for example, if it takes so long to load, it's because it's loading every single plugin in the background. There's like 5,000 plugins.
And you can add more.
Yeah, there's lots of them. So like, no, I don't need that. I don't need to go that realistic. We're not at that technological level yet. And this is a game. We don't need that level.
You think your Skyrim plugins are a lot? Meet Unreal 5.
I can break the limit of 251 Skyrim plugins to over 1,000. That's how good I am at Skyrim modding. It'll take me like 2 weeks to make it, but I will do so, and everything will run perfectly.
That's wild.
And then I play it for like 3 days and I get bored.
It would take like several hours just to get 5 mods in Jedi Academy to be compatible with each other.
Yeah.
How time has changed.
Mm-hmm. But anyways, we're railroading. So Glenn Israel, an art director at Halo Studios, has been working on this series for about 17 years, starting at Budging 2008 as a senior concept artist. Announced he led the developer in an ominous post on LinkedIn. As of today, after 17 long years, I officially no longer contribute to Halo Universe. There's little more I can say for a moment, though I intend to share this particular story in its entirety when it's absolutely safe to do so next year. In the meantime, I have a message for everyone, and everyone needs to hear it. Let me guess. Don't work there.
Let me guess. Yep.
I know the state of our industry seems dire, but never forget that you are free to choose. No illusion of security, no promise of wealth or fame or power is worth trading away your health, your dignity. Wait, you had dignity? Well, that's not what I was told when you were a game designer. You're a game designer. There's no dignity. Your ethics or values. I mean, to be fair, you traded your ethics and values for political pandering. So, I mean, do we need to go look at the past few choices with Bungie recently? Just recently. And no one can force you to. Stay strong, take evidence when necessary, and find out where you belong. So your screenshot, all that. Also, they forgot this part here, but it says for professionals, you know. He also said, as always, I'll be here if you need to talk. I'm pretty sure that doesn't mean he means therapy sessions. I think that means he's lonely and bored and unemployed now, and he's bored, has plenty of free time to talk to you if you want to talk to him.
He needs a job.
Yeah. But I like making fun of everyone, so let's just go see let's see how serious this is. It's an unusual floating post, which clearly suggests Halo Studios it's in some kind of turmoil, something which has been crowded by reputable Halo insiders, Rebs Gaming. In a video covered Israel's exits, the YouTuber claims Halo Studios has leadership issues. However, his alleged sources haven't yet allowed him to go into specifics, which that would be the non-disclosure agreement. That would literally be the NDA.
Yeah.
Regardless if it's indie, AA, AAA, there are NDAs at Wazoo, cookie cutter, just like with the EULAs that you get as a gamer. If you don't know how many NDAs I have as a backup file, and I actually have a physical calendar, right? That as I get new ones each year, I go through on New Year's Day and I check my NDAs and I put the expiration date of those NDAs. So if I do want to talk about them, it's already passed. And then I just put those NDAs into a file of expired. And it has the games I've worked on. Most of them are indies. It has the ones I worked on. So that way I can talk about it. And they're not fascinating. None of them have reached the popularity of something YouTubers want to talk about. Let's just put it that way. Most of them are the word like trend seeker games. So even if I did want to talk about them, people are like, what kind of game is this and how does it relate to today? Like there's nothing. It's not like I'm not some big indie, like I'm not some big game developer. But some people seem to think so anyway. So whatever. In the video, leadership issues, how the sources haven't talked yet. Beyond Microsoft's track record of mismanagement, there's plenty of evidence to suggest there's particular problems at Halo Studios. As pointed out in Red's gaming video, only one person, Donnie Taylor, out of the 9 who worked on the art team for Halo Infinite, still works at the studios today. While this has been chalked down to shifting development teams between games, there's been other high-profile instances of late. Last month, Halo Studios Chief of Staff, Melissa Boone, quietly departed the studios for a job at Riot Games. And Riot Games is not one to talk about because didn't they have some problems with their unions and stuff not just last year?
Yeah. I recall something like that.
Yeah. Prior to this July, Engadget reported there's a lot of tension at the studio, with one employee referring to a particularly troubled unnamed project. Maybe it's because they don't have like a chai tea shop and massage parlor, you know, and the sous chefs like at Roblox and X. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, They don't have the fancy stuff yet.
Yeah, so it's the quality of living standards, that most employees have that they're talking about. I mean, to be fair, I don't know. I'm medically retired, and I don't have a sous chef at my cave, even though I do some game design and stuff. I won't lie, we're subpar. I'm pretty sure that the union would definitely be like, cave, no food, what? No, bring my own. No, you pay for it. I'm like, no, I'll eat you. It's like you're working for a dragon. Yeah. Anyways, I don't think anybody is really happy about the quality of the product right now. There's been a lot of tension, pet talks. As confirmed last year, Halo Studios is working on multiple Halo games. One strongly rumored to be remaking Halo Combat Evolved. I'm getting tired of remakes. I'm getting tired of it. I mean, yeah, give me updated graphics. Sure, I get you. If the code needs to be updated a little bit but still gives me the because it's deteriorated or something, I can understand that, right? I can understand that, but remakes, no, I don't. And remakes where you're combining two engines together. Well, Bethesda did it. Yeah, Bethesda's known for Doug, so look what happened.
They've released Skyrim 15 times, something like that.
Yeah, and it's becoming a meme at this point. You travel forward in time. I'm in the future, and you see the Skyrim. It's like, what? Wait, did I travel? It's like, oh yeah, Skyrim. That's Skyrim Anniversary Edition, the new upcoming game. The 37th release or something like that was. Like, I gotta find that meme. And he just flips out over it because he was trying to get to Elder Scrolls 6. That was the whole point of the meme. He's trying to get to Elder Scrolls 6. 30 years in the future, it's Skyrim released 37th anniversary.
Sorry, my brain kind of broke. I was reading what Skytext was reading.
Mark is playing Apex with his friends and speaking whatever is in this generation speaks. I'm crying in cringe tears.
Bruh, dead. Afera, what these teams got out for us.
My son is talking like that. I told him to stop talking like a YouTube creator. Like, stop talking like that. It's like, stop. Don't you? It's like, this is what we're talking. Like, no, you're not gonna. I don't care if your friends talk like that. You're not talking like that. We speak proper English in the house. I will not see a real life reinterpretation of why the British need to learn to speak as why Americans need to learn to speak by fair men. No, we're not going to have that with you involved. No, you're going to be the opposite. You're going to speak proper English. You're going to be the one bitching about why people need to speak English. So yeah, wow. Super Skyrim Super Ultimate Anniversary Special Legendary Edition. No, you got it wrong. It's Skyrim Super Ultimate Anniversary Special Legendary Edition plus Ultra Deluxe.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, pulling from South Park. But yeah, so that these, just be clear, these are all alleged. These are all, there's no court cases yet. We'll probably cover it if it does happen, but it's kind of, the reason I'm bringing it up is because it's kind of telling. It's like, I don't want to say it's I told you so, but or I'm saying I told you so, but like I as in the community saying I told you so. But
yeah,
they did all these things like, oh, we care about the environment, we care about, your diversity and your story, your troop, all the whatever, right? They did all these pandering, right?
Mm-hmm.
When people usually do that and they do so publicly, they're trying to hide something. That's something I've observed. Yep. Regardless if it's a big corporation to Karis. Sorry, Karis. When they say, oh, we're doing this, that, and the other thing, it's usually because they're trying to get you to look at the good in them. It's like it's kind of like the man in the Wizard of Oz, right? The man behind the curtain. But we're both the same character. They don't want you to see the skeletons in a closet. They want you to see the good things. So that way you will be the kind that will be like, get Daddy Copa down. That's what they want, right? But at the same time, a company is a reflection of its employees, and an employee is a reflection of its leadership. And if we look up, he's been around for 17 years, right? And he was like a lead art designer, right? Leadership, right? So they hired him because they wanted something that he has, right? He worked there for 17 years. And there's a toxic environment, whatever, right? That's what they're going with now. There's a toxic environment, crunch culture, whatever, all right? Some things could be true. Like, I do want to acknowledge that. But they're also not pointing to, we're also wanting to, we're not addressing what about you? What have you done? You worked there for 17 years. What have you done to change that? Have you mentioned anything change yet? Have you what garbage is going to air out when we look into this? Right?
Yeah, what's going to follow up?
I do think that we're going to see some garbage with Halo Studios. Sure. I really do if they go into Discovery. But people that don't like him is going to expose his garbage. And people that are just that he's getting attention, that used to work with him and call him friend, is going to come out because the industry is very cutthroat. Gaming industry is very cutthroat.
Yes,
that's the reason why I don't do AAA. Is because that's just not my personality. I just go and I want to go into work. I want to make a good game. And when I learned how cutthroat AAA is because of the corporation aspect, I was like, okay, I'm just going to be a freelancer because the indie is cutthroat too. They want to work for AA or AAA. AA wants to work for AAA. They tried it. Everyone wants to go to work at the bigger budget. They want their name under a big name title. Everyone wants that. Very few actually want to build a game and make that the big name title because it's a lot harder work. But I think we're going to see some very interesting stories coming out because he said there's a bunch of degeneracy there.
If what he's saying is true, there should be people like Marty O'Donnell, who did the music. That guy's been pretty vocal for the last several years.
Yeah,
we should hear something from Marty that kind of echoes what he was saying as well.
Yep. And I think he's running for Senate, isn't he?
Marty? He's vocal enough, maybe.
I can't remember. Like, he's the one that did the Halo music, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because I think he's also political. He's not political, but like since he's no longer working on the Halo music, he's able to keep speak his mind. So
he's got his fuck you money.
Yeah, he's got his fucking money. He's able to speak his mind, and he's like, okay, I don't have to worry about this. I can talk what I want. Like when you get out of the military, like when I got out of the military, there are so many things I want to say that when I was in uniform, I was not allowed to say because of I was still active duty, right? Once I got out of the military, as long as I wasn't saying anything but violated the top security clearances, I got to say whatever I want. And so I got to say things like, we fought a fucking goddamn UN war. You know how long I wanted to say that. So people mistook me for I'm political. No, I was not political, even though I did work for did my volunteering here and there when I got out because I needed some sort of structure. Yeah, I volunteered and worked at certain offices, political party offices, all three actually, or just not the Green Party. I volunteered in all three, just to have something to do. But
yeah, no,
I wasn't political. But once I got everything off my chest, I was like, okay. Now I'm decompressed after so many years of serving the army and keep my mouth shut. I'm going to do what I care about. That's what I see with him. He's worked on Halo for so long. He had his non-NDAs. He had to keep his mouth shut because it was getting very left-leaning even before 2000. You'll see things like, for example, Final Fantasy VII. They talk about environmentalism. It's not overtly like beating you around the head, but it's just in the subtle themes of it. You protect the environment. Think about Mother Gaia, all that stuff, right? Like those little things. And the main protagonists, Cloud on them, they're not the good guys. I mean, sure, the I forget the corporation's name, but they weren't the good guys either, right? But when you look at things, the aspect of law and order and everything else, Cloud was an eco-terrorist.
Damn.
They were all eco-terrorists. All your characters are eco-terrorists. It's like,
that's interesting.
And when you think about it, like, that's the left-leaning, activism. But it wasn't, proficient. It wasn't like fully in there to where you just browbeat you. That's this thing. Something like, this is what makes the game good, is it has those elements that talk about that are subtle, but at the same time, not a sore thumb. It fits in the context, but you're still going to have like those politics in the game. It's just not. That's where people say, "Oh, there's always politics." Yeah, you're right. There was politics in it, but it wasn't like it is now, where it's like you can't walk away from it. It was not blended. It was not that just seems to blend with the story. But so yeah, you'll see that in there. You'll see. Trying to think of another one. I can't think of one off the top of my head. It's been a while since I played some of those games, but you can, if you really look for it, you can see politics in the game, and especially classics. But
StarCraft, that's probably a good one. There's a lot of politics and geopolitics in there that's hidden underneath combat, but there's a lot of political pulling and a lot of double crossing that happens. Not so much on Jim Raynor's level, but on Arcturus Manx level, between the Terrans and not even the Terran, like the inner working of the Terran, like the Confederates. The Confederates, like there's a lot of bullshit going on behind the scenes with that.
Yep.
But it was compelling. It was interesting.
Mm-hmm. BioShock, very political, very well done, and it had both sides of the situation. You had, like, the first one was Marx and Ayn Rand. Karl Marx. You had Marxism and Ayn Rand at each other's throats. Both ideologies, which is the first Rapture game, right? You see that in there. But I forget what I was trying to get with all that. But anyways, there's a difference between that being in the game. I guess what I was trying to get is there's a difference between that being in the game versus we're going to make an LGBTQ Spartan.
That's right. That was the thing they did.
I was like, okay, you mean LGBTQ Spartan? Who fucking cares? You're in a fight for humanity. You're saving your entire race at stake. I'm pretty sure we're not going to care if whether Spartan 117 has a pair of tits, is not gay, and whatever. We're going to wonder, can he save humanity? When we played the game, yeah, he had a hot AI waifu. Got it. That was the sex appeal of the game. But you don't see her much. You hear her voice. The whole point of the game is you're the super soldier Captain America sci-fi dude that came from a checkered past within U.S. and United Nations Space Command's past, and you're the last Spartan that was supposed to deal with terrorists. That's now the last hope against an alien race and a super genocidal death weapon. Where does gay have to fit in all that? No one cares. We just you could imagine John Spartan is gay. You could literally imagine he was gay. You could say the Master Chief was gay because he didn't come out and confirm his identity. You could say he was a butch lesbian. That's what all the testosterone for his sex change from transgender from female to male made him sound male still, whatever. Like, no one talked about it. No one talked for my understandings, even in the books, it didn't even focus on any love interest. His focus was on the mission at all times, even in training. He wanted to win. He hated losing. He had to learn how to be a team player in the books. In the game, he doesn't talk to Cortana like, I love you, Cortana. He talked to her as a member of a team, a partner, and that kind of relationship. Never about degeneracy or shipping. So when I see gay, non-binary, Spartans. I'm like, I'm going to tell you something that's in combat arms. I'm going to tell you from a combat arms experience. I'm a gay non-binary soldier in the infantry or artillery, whatever. I'm going to tell you what the infantry artillery is going to tell you. The shocking thing is, okay, and can you do the job?
Exactly.
Well, or if you're a female, I'm a female. I'm breaking the glass ceiling on the infantry and ranger school. Okay, can you do the job? Yeah, I can do the job. What, you think I can't? No. Here's your ruck. Let's go ruck. We're gonna go rucking and do a 20K, 5K into it. My hip flexors are hurting. So, hey, private, go carry your female comrade's ruck. Now his back hurts. Now he's going to the VA 20 years later for a broken back from back when he was a PSC, back in his second year in the military, because someone couldn't pull her own weight or its own weight, whatever you want to talk about it. The military and the comrades, they don't care about your gender. They care about, can you do the fucking job? That's all they care about. And the only reason why females weren't in the infantry already wasn't because please don't hurt the females. Please don't sexually aggravate the females. It was because they didn't always go to the showers. They didn't have any ability to go to showers in the field. So they had to use field wipes. Women need to clean certain parts of their body on a daily basis or they'll get yeast infections and other infections.
And
they
that's
need
bad.
more baths than men. That's why they're always more cleaner than men. That's why in the discuss theory, women have a more, like there's this, they did a study on disgust. Women actually have a higher disgust factor than men compared to pathogens. Because they're more likely to get sick and probably die from. So, in the care of the military, we only care about, can you do the job? Going back to, because I'm on tangent here, going back to the Spartans, that doesn't make sense. That, well, we're going to have a non-binary Spartans because some player wants to feel represented. Okay, no one cares. And I guarantee you, if some alien sees a purple Spartan armor running around in a green field at night, they're
getting shot first.
Yeah. Target practice. That's why John Spartan was in fucking green armor.
So you couldn't see him as easily.
Yeah, just putting that out there. It wasn't because Army green. No, there's a reason why Army wears green and the Marines and why the sailors wore blue and so on and so forth. But yeah, so that's my thoughts on it.
While you were going on about that, I had this thought of, could Helldivers 2 have a little bit of indirect blame? I'm not going to say Helldivers 2 caused this, but what I was thinking was Helldivers 2 had a lot of, this is why I thought initially that Helldivers 2 was just kind of like a carbon copy of Starship Troopers, because Starship Troopers was very fascist. Still is very fascist. Read the book, watch the movie, play the game, very fucking fascist. Helldivers 2 kind of took that and made it yeah, we're fascist, but we're the good guys. We're doing it for democracy. It's cool to be fascist. And that was a very trendy thing when the game was popular. And I wonder if someone on either the design team or the marketing team saw that and said, what if we tweaked and put just a tiny bit of fascistness in there, but we made it for the Rainbow Brigade? And because fascist is like, yeah, it's cool. The Rainbow Brigade is cool. Like, could that have been a little bit of the reason? Maybe just a touch. More in the sense that like they tried to copy. Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, I'm just going to say this is the first Helldivers game. All right. This is the very first one. All right. So totally different gameplay.
Yes.
Helldivers 1, Hardcore Elite, Twin Stick, Pretty Elite, unit called Helldivers, Super Earth. So they still had that fascist design even before Helldivers 2. So the story and lore was there before Helldivers 2.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to put that out there. 83 on Metacritic. So it was still a pretty good fucking game back when it first came out.
Mm-hmm.
Then, I might like Helldivers 2. Of course I like Helldivers 2. I have a love-hate relationship with it. I still play it. I stopped playing it because of PSN, and then Nozaka Boy brought me back in. And now between Skytex and Dr. Deadman, they still put me back in. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna keep doing my dailies. I keep doing my dailies. I still have all the unlocking. I'm still unlocking certain war bonds. I was maxed out. My thing got shut down, and I went back into it again. But we're gonna look into the things here. So yeah, they embrace the fascist design. It's supposed to be funny, right? It's a comic,
very tongue in cheek,
right? I mean, yeah. But at the same time, it's one of those things that we can do the comedy of it, but it addresses something that we all wanted in games that we haven't gotten for a while. Think about what made games like Call of Duty and Tom Clancy popular.
Camaraderie.
Pride in your country. Yeah, the camaraderie.
Pride, yes.
Yeah. You the patriotism. And nowadays, if you talk about patriotism, what's the first thing people are going to yell?
A couple things came to mind, but what do you have?
Yeah. Probably what this guy looks like. We'll just go with that.
Nazis.
But you hear that the Patriots, the Super Irv, my life for Super Irv, have a nice club with Liberty.
God, yeah. The amount of like pro-democracy death rants and whatnot that you hear in that game that are kind of like almost a touch cringe, but I get what they're doing.
In a way, it might be just a joke, but for the player, it's like that passive aggressive response of, I want to fight for my country. I never did, or maybe I used to, or if I want to have a purpose for fighting, right?
Yeah.
I want to fight for I want to fight for the nobility of something, but because I don't have the words to say it right without offending people, there's this. But I also think it's just the game is, despite its difficulty scaling, that can be insane. All right, I'm not gonna like. We tried one. I tried to get you into one, right? We tried one.
Yep.
Like, I don't even think I could do D10 without Skytex or Scaly, or even Dr. Deadman.
The fact that we survived one on like pure fucking dice roll was amazing. And then we're like, let's do another one, and then we died.
Yeah, it was like I was like, I'm surprised we survived this one. Let's go do another one. Then we also tried to get you that one achievement of surviving a lethal attack by having your leg outside of a hell bomb, and it did not work.
No,
I'm still trying to figure out how we can fix that. I want to get you that achievement. I want to figure it out so we can help you out get that one. So it's one of the rare ones that people hardly ever get. But so anyways, I think part of it is fun, but the allure, it's like, because I pointed this out, it's like this is one of the few recent live action games that has succeeded in the past 2 years.
Yeah.
All right. Most games have gotten like, they're now like the First Ascendant, 3K, Marathon. Still early to tell, right? To be fair, still early, but it's having a hard flop. High Guard didn't last a year.
Didn't last a month.
The First Ascendant, we were mentioning that one. Even the giants, Fortnite, Roblox, like they said that Roblox has more people on it, but at the same time the numbers show they're not staying. The live action games are not sustaining. Yes, they have more people on than Steam. Got it. Okay, but how many active accounts? How many are actually active on there?
How many are paying?
Yeah, that's another one. Of course, D10s are so much fun. But at the same time, they're insane. I think they need to fix some of it. Just some of it. I think they really need to do something about the swarms on the difficulty. It's the difficulty is fun. It's just part of it's also is a problem. Even the CEO mentioned it was a problem. He's like at D8, he's like, okay, this is insane. Like, we need to fix this. Like, he actually said that in the Discord.
Damn.
That's what caused the whole charity diver doxing fiasco. Like, it's your fault you played the game and now wants to fix it. But I think part of it is just you have your Starship Troopers in there. You have your Terminators, the automatons. You have your alien attacks. You got everything in there. You got your patriotism, and the community actually role plays this in the game. They'll do the salutes. They'll do everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, I agree. I'm just saying it's like I think the swarms do need to be addressed. I think they do too much swarms. I think they just opened up the box of bug swarms or whatever, and like, oops, and then decided not to pick it up.
Yeah.
That's all. It's still good. It just needs tweaking. Just needs a little tweaking. That's all it is. But no, I don't want to talk too much about Helldivers. I'm just saying it's like the reason why I think it's good is because they found a way to make a community that loves the game, right? That keeps coming back, keeps being fun for them. They have monetization, right? You have the war bonds and stuff, but you can farm that instead of paying for it, right? If you're doing the grind, and people enjoy it, right? Like people, it gives you that fantasy of fighting a war for a cause that you believe in, even though the lore says Super Earth started the war.
Yeah.
So it's got those it's got those nice back and forth safety checks, that the UN and Wookiees won't hate, but at the same time has those I'm immersed in the game enough to where I'm fighting for Super Earth, I'm fighting for a cause, I'm fighting for patriotism, all these other things that the male fantasy, right, of fighting for a cause bigger than himself that's in all of us. You could give us you could race us on Barbie and My Little Pony our whole life, but a boy is eventually, when he realizes that he's got a pair of balls, right, he's going to realize that innate desire to fight, to do something bigger than himself. And when he latches onto it and realizes that it's just our innate natures as guys or boys or whatever. That's why I think Helldivers worked so well, is because of that, even despite all its mixed reviews and stuff and its controversy.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what I think. And I'm not saying it as a fan, it's just I'm saying it as someone who's objectively looked into it.
Oh, I think you're absolutely correct. And my point was that I think this one of the devs or a couple of the devs at 343 may have seen that and said, can we capitalize on that a little bit? Which they probably could have. But the way that they did it was like wah wah.
Well, my point is they used to. Halo used to have all that, where they focused on the music.
Yeah.
They had the heavy metal orchestra, the
1 through 3, yeah.
And then they had Master Chief being the last hope of humanity, and even he is not like some super plot armor guy. Like he does some crazy stunts, but he can still die. He can still have this problem. You got your grunts that are acting like typical Starship Troopers Marines. Like half the things the Marines say in that thing, I'm like, yeah, that's soldiers, Marines that I know of in real life. So it had that somewhere between 3 or sometime after 3 to now. They lost the plot. They went for pandering, and part of the thing is Halo wasn't going to be a game that was going to be around forever in the same sense like Legend of Zelda and Mario type games.
Yeah.
It satisfied an audience from a certain time. It was not a timeless quality. You got to remember, during that time period, the towers fell down. What games were popular when the towers fell down?
A lot of space stuff.
We
had Mass Effect, Halo.
Mm-hmm. Also, you had Call of Duty, Tom Clancy's. Those were doing very well.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Bush era. Because the towers falling down. Even without Bush talking about it, people were saying, I want to fight the terrorists. I want to fight for a cause. They were too chicken shit, so they had that fantasy. Or maybe they were too young. Who knows? Like, I'm not trying to, accuse everyone who did join as a coward. But I'm saying they sold. That's why stories of heroism and valor and self-sacrifice, like in Halo, sold. Especially a renegade femme chef.
Yeah.
Because even then, she was still doing it for valor and peace and everything else. She was still fighting for a bigger cause, and she still sacrifices herself in all 3 games.
Patriotism had a different meaning in the 2000s than it does now.
Yep, it did. But that's why those games, I would think today now would still make a good comeback if we look into Helldivers' success. Things about self-sacrifice, because it's addressing a need people have. I have a mighty need to play a game where I am self-sacrificing myself for a bigger cause. It doesn't have to be the Halo thing, but people have been attacking the entire Western culture for so long, right? There's no games that do that unless you look at indies or AA's like this one. And the way they do it is they make the joke while still giving the immersion of, I'm part of the joke, but I believe in the joke.
Yes. I sometimes wonder if, because as much as people gave shit about Mass Effect 3, I still liked the ending of Mass Effect 3. It made sense for everything that was led up to it. If Halo 3 were the last one and maybe there was another dud and people stopped, it would probably have a different cultural representation now than what we actually currently have, which is something that's been milked so much. It's like the thinning cow with the politician coming up to try and milk it more. Halo would probably still be seen as revered, but it would be revered way back then. And I think that is something that people have this, they want that. They want Halo to go back to that. I don't think you can unless you have to cut it off and almost do a fucking Kelvin line reset if you're going to do that, because where it is now, it's this, I call it the Alex Kurtzman effect, where the people that are making the thing now don't want to let go of it because they care about it. Whereas the people, the Marty O'Donnells and the previous devs, like, they're leaving because the thing that they built is no longer happening. And so they've just thrown their arms up and fucking give it up because this baby that they designed is now gone and been replaced with this thing that is in the illusion of what it was, but it's not really the same thing. And so, yeah, the Helldivers 2, the Starship Troopers 2, the patriotized way of what Halo was, it's being pushed. Well, it's not even being pushed. It's just like people want that. It is succeeding in spite of what 343 is trying to push for Halo. Oh, Halo is this. It's the Rainbow Brigade. No, it never fucking was. Like, Master Chief was never going to put on a rainbow flag and then jump off saying, I can't even say a thing without making it sound offensive. That's the kind of realm that we're living in. But the only way you're going to fix something like that, I think, is to fully fucking reboot it with somebody completely different. You almost can't even call it Halo anymore. You have to go in a completely different fucking direction. You have to go in the inverse marathon of what Halo is without going marathon. So that I'm gonna, like, I don't know if you're back, Levistro. I was about to go on a tangent, but that's where I think Halo would need to go. The patriotism, gamers want that. I will take that. I like the era of being part of stuff. That's why I like Starship Troopers. That's why I'm slowly getting back into. I say getting back into because I did play Helldivers 2 when it first came out, but I stopped again because of PSN bullshit, and I know my value as a gamer. I know where my money's going to go. But yeah, you can totally do the patriotism thing without being condescending and being a dick about it, like 343 has seemingly been doing.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing. The thing I want to say is on this, it's like you can have an issue with ideology and stuff like that, but gaming is not the place to do so. And if you do it, you need to at least make it fun and entertaining. Once it becomes a beat you over the head mantra, no one's going to listen to it. No one's going to want it, right? It's just like me personally, right? I'll watch a YouTuber for a while when they speak my lingo, and then I'm like, you know what? They're a gamer like me. They're frustrated with this, and they're speaking my language. Yes, I get it, right? But then when you start going to the rage bait, or political pandering like this, it turns me off, and that's like, you know what? That's not what gaming has ever. You're talking about a guy who lives and breathes games. I'm probably like, if I'm not a crazy dragon person thing, I'm also a crazy game character. Like, I'm just imagine the scene of Lisa Simpson saying, "Is she really a crazy cat lady?" And the crazy cat lady comes out and tosses cats at her. I'm just replacing cats with games. That's also me or dragons. I'm just like tossing dragons with games.
You're holding all your console games and you're just throwing them at the person.
When my son, this is how much of a gamer I am, and yet at the same time, I still understand the importance of surviving as a family member. When I was retired out of the military, we had to wait a year for my benefits. I had no job, and the unemployment benefits weren't covering everything. And my son, his mom had infections, so she had to take medicine, which means she couldn't breastfeed him. I had to buy formula and diapers, which was expensive. I almost was in tears. Got my entire collection of Xbox and Xbox 360 games because Xbox One had, and the Xbox One just came out. So my Xbox One games, you're talking about over a decade of games. I went to GameStop, says, "How much for these games?" Well, I got enough to survive for him to survive on formula until we got paid. I'm still trying to get those games back, But I'm saying you're talking about someone who has a passion for games. I will play any game you throw at me. I won't judge you for it, but you got to make it fun and entertaining. I've played games that, I have quite a few games that are guilty pleasures that people say it was a horrible game. Yeah, I enjoyed it. You just got to make it fun. BioShock, people like to point out, games have been political. Look at BioShock. Yes, look at BioShock. Most of the politics aren't in the environment. You can run around the entire game and blast everyone there, no questions asked, and get through the game. But if you know enough about your ideological and political history, you can see it in the storyline. You can see it in the way people act. You can see it in the audio tapes, all that stuff. But it's not thrust at you. It's something that you have to think about. Mm-hmm. That's the thing. You have to think about to see it. That's what makes a great game great, is you have to think about it. When you're not thinking about it and you're just enjoying the fun and you're just listening, you're playing it for the story and everything else, and it's still fun, that's what makes a good game. You want to acknowledge the gay thing? Okay, let's talk. I didn't want to talk about it because everyone talks about it and I don't really give a shit. Let's talk about real quick, World of Warcraft Gay Pride Week. Okay. What does that have to do with gaming? What does that have to do with anything in the game?
I'm trying to think of one of the characters. Like, you could have written something that one of the main characters in WoW of like Series 1 or something finally declared his love for another male character. It's like, okay, cool, move on. Yeah. Fucking Cataclysm's coming.
Or you could just make another character that's part of the WoW universe that's blended in with the story as coming out. You could have built that up, right, without retconning, without being accused of retconning. You could have done that. But having a full-blown Pride Week, what does that have to do with the lore of World of Warcraft?
Doesn't.
It's like when they like going back to what we said about Mass Effect, right? As Julie Williams, they mentioned she's a Christian. It's in the storyline because that's a normal part of the world, right? You could have done something like that. And people would come out 10, 20 years later and says, you know what, technically, there are gay people in Mass Effect, or there are gay people in World of Warcraft because of this character here. She mentions this, right? Or in this case, there are Christians, and Christianity and God is in this world's lore because this woman claims she's a Christian, which means there are other Christians out there. That's all you had to do. BioWare did it really good with Dragon Age. Not the Velguard. Not Velguard. I want to make that clear.
And clipped.
Yes. But I still hate the fact that she was coded lesbian, but Sarah the elf, right? And then every character could romance the warden in the first one.
Interesting.
Yeah, I noticed. Like I found out that you could that Alistair could be gay or straight, and there's other characters like that, right? And not many people had an issue with that, though. Fox and some other company, I forget. Not Fox will always have that issue because they're catering to a certain demographic, but the opposite demographic also had that same issue, and I'm like, it's just a game. Like, I don't even give it much thought. It's like, I played as a female character just so I could get those achievements romancing Alistair and all that stuff because I don't want to be gay. That's how I know that it was very, but you got to remember back then the coding was very simple. So they had to make those options. Right. And when I asked Mike Laidlaw and some people I had the privilege of talking to that did Dragon Age, they said, we just wanted to see if we could do it. We wanted to see because we thought we could render these things nowadays and all that stuff. We thought we'd try to see if we could do the romance options, and that's why we had to Fade to Black and all this other stuff because we could. And that's what makes games good. Is like, can we do this? Okay, we can. How do we implement this in a game where it fits?
Yep. I'm gonna let you keep going. I got to use the bathroom if that's okay.
Yeah, and when you get back, we're gonna wrap things up.
You're right back, folks.
Time to wrap up. Yep. And that's Carrots, ladies and gentlemen. So, anyways, I think we covered everything. Thank you for all the birthday wishes and super chats. So, but next week, I don't know what we're going to cover next week. But if you guys have something interesting on the news, actually, we do have something for y'all. Normally, tradition, when people do birthday streams, they get gifts, super chats, and everything else. But my tradition cares the real life face of real Visa according to YouTube's AI. Really? Or you mean StreamYard's AI? Because StreamYard's will focus on his face. But anyways, this is that time period where it's the first Dragoncast of the month, and we usually do gifty memberships, and we will be doing that here shortly. So if you're a member, if you're a subscriber and subscribed, there's a good chance you will be a part. You'll get a chance to get a free membership because there's 10 that gets given out the first of the month. Because it's the Dragons period, whatever. But there was something else I wanted to say. I forgot what it was. Hold on. I forgot. I just got to go. I'm trying to pull it up. It was the last minute thing I had just in case I needed it, but I forget. Oh well, not important. But yes, I would definitely love to hear your opinions on games coming out. What you want me to cover next? Do y'all want me to cover the BAFTA Awards? Like, feel free to let me know in the comments. That kind of thing. And yeah, we always got games coming out. New hope, new games. But we got next thing we got coming up is games we find exciting. So if anybody have any comments or thoughts they want to talk about during the whole thing, now's your chance before Garrett gets back. I was literally trying to wrap it up and he had to go use the bathroom. So I have nothing left to say, but I want to wait. Okay, hold on. I think it's crazy that WoW Classic is still $15 a month when you can get something like Game Pass for $19 a month. Yeah. That's actually a good point. Wait, hold on. Let me read that again because I just realized it. It's WoW is still $15 a month, but you can get something like Game Pass for $19 a month. So yeah, so I guess what you're saying is it's crazy that WoW is still cheaper than Game Pass. Is what I'm hearing. But before you were leaving, I know you had to use the bathroom, nature calls and all that stuff. Hold on. Subscribing to a single game for $15 a month. Yes. But see, that's also another reason why I don't do the Game Pass, because they're going for that subscription thing. And if you do a subscription thing, you really don't own the games you're playing. You're renting them like Blockbuster.
Yep.
So I don't do that. Now, would I get a game that I don't normally play? Not unless I think it's interesting, or my friends say I should totally get it because, peer pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Now that Karis is back, we can do two things that we have yet to do that I didn't do yet. It's the first of the month. It's the Dragon's period, which means we do one thing and one thing only. And I send 10 gifted memberships.
Yes.
It's a birthday stream as well.
Congratulations to those who got it.
We find interesting. Yes.
Yes.
Congratulations to Skytex, Doggy the Gnome, Raiden Kage, Plays 2000, Sturgeon 510, Thomas Mumby, Kitsune Motion, Moxie. Oh, Moxie. I forgot Moxie Dane was still subscribed to me. I haven't touched her in a while. And King of the Dead, level 99. So you guys all are free members as of April 2026. Nice. But we're gonna cut it here. We did go a little overboard with the rails, but it's still kind of fun. I was hoping to do the Jackbox, but kind of pointless for just two of us.
Yeah, it helps when you got like 3 or 4.
And I was gonna have the crew as well, like two on the chat joining as well. But when I saw the time, when it was like 3:00 and we still hadn't covered Taylor, I was like, or 3 hours, I was like, yeah, kind of defeats the purpose of having a 15-minute thing going on. But
a little bit.
Yeah, it is a travesty. Why don't you get him a membership? I did my part. I did my part. So you need to do your part, Skytex. You're calling me out like that. I'm going to call you out like you could have done the same. You let me know how many channels do their own gifted memberships on their channel. You let me know. That's why you pirate games, or at least that's what the Nouvelles Pro say. If you're so poor, you'll pirate a game. But yeah, sorry, Alan. Maybe next time you'll get one. Maybe next month. But like just to shout out Alan here. I just saw that he just did the share heart and retweet the stream on X. He's always been supporting whenever I have a video coming out or live stream coming out. So, I know he does it to yours, I think, as well.
Yes, Alan is quite awesome when it comes to promoting stuff. Mm-hmm. He doesn't have to, but he does. And I've always appreciated that.
Yep. Which is weird that he doesn't get a membership. If I could give him a specifically a membership, I already would have done so. Because if anyone deserves a gifted membership from my once a month thing, it's him. But thank you for playing. And so many games to play that I'll never get to them all because I freaking sit here watching stuff like this and tinkering with electronics like I'm.
It's called the comfort zone.
Speaking of games, now is the time where we start talking about games we find interesting.
Yes. I have mine lined up here. Let's go.
I got one too. So I'll let you go first. This tradition.
All right.
I see it
there.
And
This is
okay.
Volume. I think that's how you pronounce it. And it is a kind of Mirror's Edge sort of wall runner. I wonder, is there sound without music? Yes, there is kind of sound without music. Oh, not quite. But it's in a brutalist architecture world, which I am kind of a sucker for brutalist architecture. And since this is, it seems like there's not really much in the way of combat. I'm curious if like there's a deeper story to this through the exploration of the world. Because you like this world looks huge. Like you see like into the distance, there's stuff that like there's more, but we're going to mute that. I've not seen this trailer yet. This is pretty wild. Yeah, like you see stuff in the distance and you get to go to that stuff in the distance. It's not like skyboxes kind of nonsense. This is getting trippy. We're not even on shrooms.
Yep.
But like there's a lot of weird little interesting details here. This all looks hand carved.
It also looks like it has that early 2000s 3D mesh style design.
Yes, it does. As well as some 2000s style editing of like inverting the colors.
I will say this will give people with epilepsy quite a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, so if this is something that I play, I'll have to put like an epilepsy warning.
Yeah. But other than that, it looks actually pretty cool.
There is a beta, which if you want to give it a try, definitely do that. So
yeah. Links will be in the comments in the description. I need to start doing that. I keep forgetting to, because as soon as we get done here, I have to put the Dragon Wing to bed. But
yep.
Man, that's actually a pretty good game. That's Karis's recommendation. And you know how you're always saying, I'm going to aggro this character? Right?
Yeah.
When we're doing multiplayer and stuff like that. Well, I just want to let you know, don't lose your aggro.
Don't lose my aggro. Oh.
Yeah, this game is called Don't Lose Aggro. You protect your team by forcing enemies to attack you in a single-player action roguelike inspired by MMO raids. Create unique builds, unlock power. Oh, I forgot to plus play. The art of tanking to command the chaos, which, as we all know, I like to tank. Because when I don't tank, I'm like, oh, I died. Go figure. I'm so used to tanking.
This reminds me
in there, DPS or tank, and not think about it.
This reminds me a lot of when I would actually do healer in raids or dungeons in WoW, and you would have mods to where you could actually see your aggro. So you had to like measure, like, oh, don't get too close, because even by healing, if you healed too much, sometimes as the healer, you would pull aggro. So you had to learn to balance that a lot. This is an interesting one, where you're intentionally trying to pull aggro.
Yeah. And what's funny about this is it's a single player game with MMO style mechanics. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. Because I did like the idea of having MMO style mechanics, but in a single player game. So like this is the first time I'm seeing it. So it's like, okay, cool. And plus it's going to be available on tax day. So if you file your tax and you get your tax return, you can actually
there's a demo.
You just won't be able to get it. But there's a demo. And why
nice.
After 20 years of tanking in MMORPGs, I don't have the time to commit it to anymore. So I'm making a game that resembles my experience in fast-paced single-player environment. I'm looking for partners in the community to help Don't Lose Aggro a niche game for tank mains. Yeah. So this is why he's going to early access. You can read all that. I'm not going to read all that because we're going a little over time. But yeah, I thought this
only a little.
was interesting. being someone who used to play tank and WoW, I don't think I had that skill anymore. I would have to rebuild that skill. I've lost the skill of tanking. I still have the mentality. I just lost the skills of it.
Yeah, especially when you learn how the algorithm works and whatnot, and how to kite the boss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I used to just be, I wouldn't say Leroy Jenkins style, but I was always the kind of guy that's like the healers had a love-hate relationship with. I would always be eating heals, but whenever there was swarms coming after him, I was always the one that was rushing over them. It's like, I need you alive. You're no good to be dead. So, yeah. But yeah, that's Don't Lose Aggro, ladies and gentlemen. That will also be linked in the description. That's my recommendation. Try it out, What, you thought I was going to do I Am Jesus Christ? Because Easter's coming up? No,
you already plugged that one, though.
You already know. Yes, I'm saying. And Skytech said this deserves a shout out on your channel. Subnautica and its expansion are on sale on Steam for $7.50 a piece right now, not including shipping and handling. I mean, taxes. So, yeah, go out and get that. Subnautica on sale now. Support the original devs.
I support Subnautica. I recommend it because I have played Subnautica for 4 years, and that game, that's going to be one of those that's going to stay with me until I'm like 80.
Yeah, I had to stop playing because I was like, I would play it offline. I got so ridiculous. Like, this is one of those games that's, I like those style of games. Like, I like she was like, oh, it's cozy sandbox. Like, no, it's survival sandbox. It's, you get lost in a world. You can give me an RPG like that, and I'll be the same thing. That's why I still play Conan Exiles.
Mm-hmm.
I don't play the DLC. Yeah, I hate the Al Sipta, but Conan Exiles itself, I still play. That being said, this is the end of Dragoncast. So, Karis, what you got going on? We can find you, and yeah.
You can find me at Karis Gaming. Now that I'm back home, I'm going to be doing some streams next week. I've got Hattie has invited me to some insurgency thing that is going on Tuesday. So check that out on my channel. We're going to be doing some more Half-Life. We mentioned Halo. That's probably going to be on Friday. I got to start the stream preps for those. And yeah, I'm going to be doing actual recording with my camera now that I'm home. I'm back from Texas, and I can actually do stuff give my thoughts on it without just vocal. I have actually written a small, you were talking earlier about how to address like the culture war without just full on saying like, this is shit. I wrote a small little script that is turned into basically a video script of just me typing stuff. It was supposed to be a response to IGN, basically telling IGN to fuck off, but it ended up becoming here's an interesting perspective that IGN doesn't think about. Have at it kind of thing. And so I'm probably going to record that tonight when we get done here.
That'll be interesting. Yeah. I mean, people were surprised I defended IGN on one article. I was like, to be fair, though, that article was positive. It's just IGN has a reputation for, well, shit like they pulled with Crimson Desert. 1 minute they were defending it, and then it turned around, they attacked it. So they do that shit. I will always I've always put my money where my mouth is. I will praise someone when they do something good that's right and honest, and I will defend their right to say something. But it doesn't mean I agree with them all the time.
Yeah.
Like, I will call a spade, but I'm not gonna jump to tribe just because stay on the tribal side just because IGN is on the other side of the equation. I'm never been about that.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be an interesting video to watch for sure. Definitely interested in your takes on that one. Well, for me, I'm still dealing with my son's not sick. He'll be going back to school on Tuesday, but he was home. He's fine, but he had a viral cold that affected his respiratory system that we actually was afraid it might have been COVID, and it wasn't, thank God. But that's what, even though I had to step out and check on him, despite this, sickness, That's why I was stepping out to make sure that he was taking his breathalyzer medication. He has a little CPAP machine thing he has to inhale the medicine from. Help his throat. But he's doing good on that. Tomorrow, I'm not sure if I'm going to be streaming because I promised him I'd take him to see Super Mario Galaxy if he's because he's feeling better. So we're going to probably do that. I'm probably going to try to stream. I might try to stream the Starfeild update when it comes out just to see what's going on. I don't know if I still have my save file, so that's going to be interesting.
I'll watch that because I need a perspective of Starfeild of whether or not it's worth playing.
Yes, Guy takes a nebulizer. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, thank you. Whatever that is thing. I don't do medical. I don't pay attention to that stuff. I just follow the doctor's orders. That's all I do. You know, good soldier follows orders. So, anyways, I got that coming up. I'm gonna probably try. I'm gonna try to do deep dives. There's gonna be shorts for this. And obviously joining you for Halo, but yeah, I'm trying to get back into live streaming. It's just I had a lot going on since I was focused on my granddad's. I don't want to make excuses for this too much, but when you've been focused on your granddad's affairs, everything else gets put on hold. That now I'm catching up to a year of stuff and trying to get back into the system of things. I'm still fixing my car. I have a car monitor that I couldn't fix. I thought it was just a battery. I tried fixing it. The mechanics tried fixing it. We don't know what's causing it. There's the tire monitor that says, please check the tire monitor system. And I'm like, well, we did. We got brand new tires and everything, and it's still saying that. So even the mechanics are like, I'm not talking about Walmart. I'm talking about actual mechanics, like real mechanics. They're like, we don't even know what's going on. So, wow. There's that. I'm also doing some electricity work around the house because I found out some fire ants ate my wires. That's what caused some of my breakers to trip. So, jeez. Yeah, I'm.
You're busy.
A lot behind yeah. But I'm trying to get back in the swing of things. I miss streaming every night, but we will definitely have deep dive videos. If you're a member of the stream, there will be a link to the Discord because we're keeping the Discord open until Discord decides to poop the shit. Yeah,
we're still waiting for it.
We're still waiting for it. So until that happens, we're gonna open up Discord. So there'll be a link for that for new members. And there was something else I was gonna mention. But yeah.
Don't forget to drink your Ovaltine.
Yeah. If you're in Discord and you want me to cover news, you can definitely let me know. I think I fixed the links in chat issue that we had for a while. But there's other channels where you can link it down there and I can fix it, address it as time goes on. Because if it's not fixed, I'll fix it right then and there if there's an issue. But because some of y'all were complaining about why don't I cover console games? Well, I don't get news on console games. If I did, I would totally cover it. You want me to cover a certain thing that is in the realm of gaming, make a deep dive video or cover on Dragoncast, we'll cover it. You know, like we're all about the gaming here. Just if you start saying I want you to cover the culture war about Hassan Piker, I'm like, there's
nope.
Let me show you the 300 million channels that talk about him. Like, why would I cover that? It's like we're a gaming channel. But I might play. I might go back to Avionic Factor tonight. So,
yeah.
I'm probably not going to stream it, but I might play that one, or I might go on Helldivers, or if I see some friends playing a multiplayer game, I might do that too. Who knows? Other than that, happy gaming! Congratulations to all the gifted memberships, and thank you for your donations from Karis, Steen, Foul, Alan Jones. This loser and this loser. you know this loser cost me about $25 to $50. I had to check how many of my memberships are. I can't remember, but that's 10 memberships, right? Times 5. So that's what I'm thinking. This loser, he just
send a cease and desist
every time. He calls himself Leviso 84. Every once a month, he's out there. You know, I'm not going to grow big if you would just keep giving free memberships. You know. All right. But anyways, happy gaming, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
You're still here. What? You thought there'd be a post-credit scene or something? This isn't a Disney movie. Show's over. Go get some sleep. Play a video game. Watch another YouTube video. I gotta take care of the Dragon Queen and possibly get some sleep myself. Goodbye all, and thanks for watching. And happy gaming.